You're more or less saying he should be calling this because there's no King X out there.
Well, there shouldn't be. Like from a theory perspective, Tower, there shouldn't be. Other than King 9 suited, which we got removal to, only 2 combos left with the 9 of spades. From a theory perspective, yes. But from a hand with Vinny in perspective,
yeah,
he can probably have more King X than anyone in this spot. That's the crazy thing about it. It might even float like it's King 7 suited, King 6 suited, King 8 suited with backdoor diamonds. But then the other thing we need to take into account is Vinny then going to shove these one pair holdings for value on the river? And
he's called. He's made the call.
Vinny's in front,
Vinny's in front. He's £600 up. He's laughing. He's doing cartwheels. He's £600 in the green. Vinny finds the donk value shove with the King 10. Wow, we said stay tuned, guys. I wasn't expecting that, but what?
Wow.
Another hand we've seen there. Over 1,000 big blinds in the middle.
Vinny is out of it.
He's out of the hole. He's found that ladder. He's climbed out of it. And fair play to the man. He's got max there because Jamie's going to snap check back that 9 on the river, and Vinny just not having it. Comes in for the lead jam. And it gets called by worse. What a hand again. What a stream this has been.
So we've gone 3-bet to 375. Rodrigo's called. Jamie has 4-bet to 1.7. And now it's back round to Vinny, who's up to 20k from 5.
Yeah, I can't see Vinny calling Tower. Jamie here, ace 10. Definitely one we can mix into the 4-bet bluff range. Ace 10 off can be in there, especially versus Ben as well, who's more than capable of finding 3-bet bluffs. So this ace 10, not a bad candidate to choose. Obviously we're not going to 4-bet 100% of the time, only going to be at a small frequency, but it will find its way in that. Now on Ben Tower, and this is a dicey spot this deep, just because of how deep we are. I think we're just supposed to play flat here on the button with position. Don't think we're going to be 5-betting here, because Jamie's still obviously got the aces and kings.
If it doesn't, he's gonna see it or anything.
Although we block them, only 3 combos of aces, 3 combos of kings from our perspective.
Can we 5-bet?
We can Tower, but I just think this deep against a 4-bet here from Jamie that we're supposed to just flat.
He does just flat.
You drink it? No.
Now Rodrigo getting a really attractive price with the king queen suited. But we're only in for 390 Tower, so probably happy to fold the king queen. I think he'll be aware that so likely to be in a dominated spot here. Look at this, 3.9k in the middle already.
In the tank is our Rodrigo.
I'd be surprised if we called Tower. And the other thing I will mention as well, he's got 4 1k plaques there and probably a 2k stack of things, so he is actually a lot deeper than what the graphic shows. I'd be surprised if Rodrigo was going to come along here after this action that has just occurred. So here we go, guys, nearly 4k in the middle, 4-bet pot between Jamie Lee and Ben, battle of the GU KPC champions. Jamie winning Luton last year, Ben winning Manchester back in 2019.
Jack 9-7 rainbow.
Yes, we have flop day gut shot here as Jamie. If we are going to elect to c-bet, should be a fairly small size choice here. But Ben will definitely have the jacks, the 9s here. I'm not sure he's always going to be 3-betting 7s. But I think it's a board we will play some checks on as Jamie as the 4-better. He does choose to check. And over to Ben with the ace king. Now I've got to start thinking about Jamie's range. I think Ben will be aware Jamie's good enough here to be checking some over pairs, the aces, the kings, because we're just more likely to have the nines, jacks, these type of hands. I guess Jamie will call 4 jacks as well, can have top set. Ben weighing his options up. It looks like he's going to be firing.
21. Oh, 1.1.
Yeah, 1.1. Small size in here. Going to be small size choice in the 4-bet pot. And Jamie, just expect him to play check call here, Tower. Getting this price over 4.5 to 1 on the call. Should just be a check call from him. Does elect to check call, but look at this pot, 6.1k in the middle, and the best hand is ace king high.
Oh, what a turn!
Oh my word! And this is danger for Ben now, Tower. This is dangerous because Ben, in theory here, as the caller of the 4-bet, should probably have a lot more 10x here than Jamie. So in terms of ranges, he's going to have a few more straights here than Jamie. So it may be a card that Ben might start taking off on here, just because of the 10x advantage that we should have in this spot, as Jamie as the 4-better and us as the caller. Surely Jamie just has to play check here for that reason as well, and Ben did have the better lead after firing flop. I'd be surprised if he did lead, Tower. He's had a little glance at his chips, so he is going to lead.
You see the dark blue chicks? Plaques?
Yep.
The 5k.
They're 5k.
The dark blue plaques are 5k.
So that looks like just under 6.
No, it's not.
Oh,
The
that
500.
one's a 500.
There is, yeah, there's a different one. So 2600 was the bet. That was a 500.
That's a massive pot here already. I think Ben now going to get away from it. The thing is here, Tower, Jamie checks, Ben might have gone for it.
Oh,
well, he is going to go for it. He is going to go for it. He just knows he's got the 10x advantage. And he is drawing dead to a chop. Ben has gone after it. Jamie snap calls, 9 of spades on the river. And we got a 24k pot in a 5-5-10 game. Ben Maraged's going after it. Can't fault the heart, but oh my word. Was not expecting that, Tower. Just unleashes the 9k rip on the turn with ace king high, drawing dead to a chop, and all that's down to is the 10x advantage that Ben should have in that spot. But oh my word, that was something else. 24k pot going Jamie Lee's way. Ben bluffing for chunks. That takes some calibre, Tower.
Oh, and he just sat there and he just nonchalantly went.
I know you may be watching, looks like Ben's just dusted off 10, 11k, but not many people can pull the trigger for that amount of money. But Ben was just going on the 10x advantage there. That's all it can be, Tower. Jamie as the 4-bet are going to have less 10x than Ben as the caller of the 4-bet. Jamie scooping by far the biggest pot of the night, and I think that's going to sport him well over a 20k profit now.
Yeah.
What a hand.
£25,000 hand. You've seen it live.
And look at Jamie's stack. That just looks beautiful there, literally. Lovely looking poker stack. More to come, please, stream.
Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
So we've got new players. Is that Tom Hudson there?
And Kieran coming in.
Bit of a doppelganger there.
He is a little bit. For the online manager, Mr. Tom Hudson.
Deborah's called now, and Richard. Which Richard is it? Do we know which Richard it is? Hearts and hearts fighting off again. 3 times. A lot of hearts been dealt out, Tal, but not many on the flop. I did well. He hit the straight flushing hearts, didn't he?
Yeah. Kieran Davey comes to our table. Richard Griffiths in C1.
Richard Griffiths. I don't think I know him. Oh, look, what the hell?
10, 9, 3,
Tower,
all hearts.
three of them have flopped hearts.
They've all flopped to
Queen high,
flush.
king high, ace high.
Wow.
This is going to be carnage. Oh my gosh.
There's nearly every out on the board. The jack of
Have you
hearts
seen
is out
this?
for Richard.
This could be a three-way all-in tower if it's played fast by any of them. This is absolutely ridiculous. When Kieran gets all this action, he'll have to check his cards back, see if he's bloody actually got the ace of hearts tower and not the ace of diamonds. So Richard's just called. Oh, Richard's called just with a jack, with a king, with a jack.
Yeah. He's got the redraw to the
Heart.
straight flush, he thinks.
Blow me neck. So what's going to happen now? KK's going to squeeze it up. He's just called as well. Now what's Peter going to do?
Yeah, Kieran's got the notes. I don't mind. I don't mind.
No,
I don't mind
KK
it.
just flattered with his queen high flush.
Oh yes.
And now
Kieran's
it's on
got the
Peter
nuts.
with the king high flush. He's going to raise here. Here we go. So he's going to raise.
Oh man.
Kieran's going to probably just flat call, or jam it, or just put it in, thinking he's never going to get a fold,
Yeah.
which he won't.
Raise to
How the action's
5k
gone.
from Peter.
Kieran's getting a bit. Look at him. He's playing. He's giving it the old Hollywood, isn't he? He's got the stone cold nuts, and he's like, oh, what's going on here? What the blinking hell's going on?
Does he call?
I think I don't know, Tower.
Or is it, does he think he's up against a set?
I just don't think he's. Well,
He's all in.
Yeah.
He's all in.
Now what's KK going to do with his queen eye? He's going to have to go move all in, surely.
Yeah.
There's hands that Kieran could have aces with the ace of hearts here. Yep.
This would be an amazing fold.
And Peter's
No, they're in.
Peter's going to be absolutely sick.
Peter, what you done?
Peter's absolutely sick.
Peter
but
raised it up with
he's going to have to put it
5K.
in. And just hope it's a set against the ace with a heart, I guess, or 6-7 of hearts, for example, or 7-8 of hearts. These are hands that are possible as well in Peter's eyes. Doesn't have to be against the nut flush here. This is just the most brutal setup I've ever seen.
They're
And
in.
he's in,
They're in.
and they're both drawing dead, aren't they?
Wow.
This is just dead. They're both dead.
Wow.
They're just dead.
Look
See you later.
at Debs.
It's just ridiculous. They're dead, aren't they? There's no runners,
No,
is there?
no runners. Because the jack of hearts has been folded for the queen.
What a life.
Wow.
This is Kieran's first hand, and what a hand.
He's on 60,000. Sits down, one hand, flops the nuts.
Gets action from the
and
second
trebles
nuts
up.
and the third nuts, and trebles up.
Oh my days. So good to see Carl back at the tables, one of the Thanet boys. Ryan Spittle raises to 8. Harry with the pocket 5s. We're going to make the call. Jess could feasibly come in with the old Jack 8. Yes, she does. Which will bring in the small big blind.
Yeah, Simon not folding this one. Suited king getting this price, closing the action in. It goes 4-way to the flop.
Yep.
Ryan with the bet and lead.
Standing behind.
Just for you, okay? I will put my shades on for you.
Yeah, I think this one will fill its gap. And stay slightly aside behind you there, so okay. So that a little bit. Yeah. Okay, Michael in C3, we've got Trig in C4, Andy in 5, Lucas in 6.
Brutal last 2 rounds.
Are we in the right sort of part?
Why do we have a little thing in front of us? We have to use it when we're all in. Did we make any mistakes? That's what happened, right?
Welcome back, everybody. This is it.
So they were the chip counts from the last break.
So
So
they're the wrong chip counts because
you got it on your thing, Tower.
what we got it on.
If you go on your thing and you clip
Me doody thingy.
your doody thingy,
Me, click it. There we go. Shall we stick it on? There we go. Seat. Let's do it in seat order, shall we? There we go.
so
David 1, seat number 1.
Dave Green in 1, Chris Young in 2, Michael Brown in 3, Rick Trigg in 4, Man is in 5, Lucas in 6, Chris Brammer in 7, and Majid Nadine is in the 8 seat. So 8-handed final table, as we did lose 2.
So who's going to win, ladies and gentlemen? Who's going to win? Put your jaw there, stick it in the chat box. Who is going to win right now? First hand of the FT. We have 8 players left after we lost Jack Wield in 9th. The last hand as Leo Withington Lease was eliminated. It was the final hand before the FT and Jack was eliminated. So we're on 8. Who wins?
Alright then, everyone just tuning back in. Jay, who has the most earnings here? Probably be Chris Brammer. I don't think Trig will be too far behind Chris Brammer with over 2 million, 2.2 million in live earnings. So Chris probably top of the shop. Does have a bracelet as well.
He does indeed.
Trig with 1.4 million in live earnings. Getting right into things here. Ace King of Spades opening from gun. Lucas flattened with King Jack suited.
That's 10% of your win.
Okay, Trig take this down. Arias says man to win. Oh, then Sam Ackingcom. Good job, guys. Great comms. Funking for man mock. And lovely sight to see for Trig.
175.
They're going to be getting action too because Lucas has swapped second pair with some really nice backdoors. There's the call. And 10 of spades on the turn. Over Trig, we're just going to go for another street here tower. Only 4 combos of the Queen Jack suited that we're going to be worried about. Never going to peel the offsuit here, Lucas, so go after some Ace Jack, some suited Ace X. Could be a turn Ace 10 in there as well. King 10 definitely viable for Lucas to have. But just getting out of the way with the King Jack facing the second barrel. Yeah, Trig 3 times winner. Could be winning the first UK Open, coming in as a short stack. Dan Cholton rooting for Mickey and Trig. Brammer for the loop stuck. Martin Heathcote. Scott Clarkson tuning in. Everyone tuning in, ready for the FT. Won't be no spoilers. I literally had to go at someone in the chat saying no spoilers. 10 minutes later, I give a spoiler. Great job, Jay. It's been a long 10 days, guys. Well, I'm allowed one misstep in 10 days, surely.
One? What, one a day?
One a day, yeah, one a day. Yeah, right, bad.
Good old TR.
Just a human error. Oh yeah, TR. I forgot about the TR misstep yesterday. It's when it gets to the back end of the week, Towers. We're lagging a bit towards the back end. But this has definitely picked me up. Seeing this FT, what they're playing for, really deep as well. So plenty of play in this one. Man, opening with the ladies. Raises to 2-2-5, and Trig with the King 10 off in the big blind. Expect to see a defend from him. It does. Five rainbow board here. I expect man to be continuing this one. Trig is going to have the 5x advantage, but going to be defending very wide. So we see that in here fairly often as man. Getting any action. Ladies get the job done.
The FT is underway. What's Trig's biggest score? Says Baraka.
Trig's biggest score was when he won the Devilfish Cup back in 2019. WPT shipped it for 250k, did Trig. Beating Paul Siddall, heads up.
Yeah, Trig's biggest score is obviously the one online, isn't it? The Poker Stars one, the super duper one, wasn't it? And he came second. That's probably his biggest score. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the Sunday Million, 1 million guarantee. One was they had special. Came second, didn't he, for like 600.
And David here continuing, but man flopping a flush draw here with the Queen 4 of clubs. So going to be continuing on the King high board. Just think want to play flat here tower. And after the turn we go. An instant service. Queen's first hand for man. Second hand turning the third nut flush. Quick check behind from Dave and King on the river here. I think he's going to go for value, but I actually wouldn't mind check here. Once this King pairs, and Dave would be forced to bet some King X, some turn Jack X, stuff like this. But just going for the lead, big lead as well. 600, 2/3 pot. And David here just not got a good catch. This has got to be going in the muck tower. Like the 7-9, the 8-9, which should be some of man's bluffs, heavily blocked by us. Haven't got a club in our hand. It could be easily value betting. A king here, obviously going to have a lot of flushes defending out the big blind with his stack, should be defending versus a min-click with any 2 suited cards. So, wow, David is the non-believer. Pulls it off with the 9s. Man, extends the chip lead slightly, up to 6.5 million.
There's the payouts for the final 9. 18.3. 20,400. The top 3 is chunks.
Huge tower. Yep. Anniversary Sunday million.
That's right.
Was the one Trig. I think he chopped it, didn't he, for 715k?
No, he comes second.
Oh, he comes second,
Yeah,
for 715k.
I think the Reds up about 10 minutes.
Chris Young with jacks. Raises to 200, and Michael with the ace-9 of hearts here in the cut-off. So position open, so we want to V-pip this one. Don't mind this small free bet. 2.5x around there. Don't think we need to go to normal 3x sizing. It does look like he has gone for 600k. Like at FT's tower, we just want to make our free bet sizing slightly smaller than what we usually would at normal stage of a tournament, and with the ICM implications here. And look at this man with ace king in the small blind. Oh, he's cold called. Where's the cold 4, man? Where's the cold 4? And now Chris off a 25 with this cold call. I don't think man's ever going to play traps here like aces, kings, this type of stuff. I think Chris Young might just send this tower.
Yep.
Started the hand with 27 bigs. I think it's going to be a lovely spot to pick up all this dead money with the jacks. I think we might have to run it here as Chris. No, oh, I thought that was a triangle going in. It was a time bank. Just have to run it, tower. He doesn't. I will be surprised. And there's the all-in triangle.
Yeah, there's the triangle. Now a decision for Chris. Sorry, for man.
Yeah, no decision. Ace King got a call. Looks strong, but can't see man folding Ace King here, tower. Surprised we didn't see cold 4 in the first place.
2.8 million and 20,000 total. Yeah.
Perry said, if man at 4-bet, I think jacks have to fold. Yeah, it would have been a gross spot for the jacks, but once you get the cold call, I just don't think man's ever going to play traps with aces or kings. And there's the call from man.
There's the call. Ace king off for seat 6. Man mock. Seat 2. Chris Young has got the jacks.
This is huge, tower. This is massive for both players, like in terms of equity and what this flip's actually worth in terms of actual cash. Way up in the high 5 figures, this one. And here we go.
2 spades. Slight sweat. 9, 3, 4. The jacks are all in. Fading aces and kings, and that's all we need to fade to get a double. Fade an ace, fade a king, we get a double, and we do. It's a 2 of spades. So Chris Young.
Now Chip leading himself.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's interesting, Tal. Like I say, if he does 4-bet there, what are the jacks going to be doing? Because it does look extremely strong.
I was cheering for you, mate, anyway.
Yeah, Adam says this spot's worth so much money, lol.
No offense.
Eight players on the final. 9th was Jack Wheeled. 10th was Leo. They were both eliminated within 30 seconds of each other. And we're on 8. And the win cash now is 18.3.
Raised 225k.
I've got the Jack 10 suited, raises to 225. I'm just going to be raise and take. Yes, Billy Gamble, Chris Brown up 2.2 million in live earnings, followed by the Trig, Rick Trig. Trig with $1.4 million in live earnings, got plenty online though. Total online earnings for Rick Trig is down as $9 million. And Trig is the only player that could potentially put his name. Would this go down as a GUKPT title? I guess it wouldn't, would it? No, UK Poker, okay, ignore that.
It's just a NPL Grosvenor events competition.
Yeah, but Trig's won 3 GUKPTs. No player has ever won 4. But what a fee it would be to win the first ever UK Poker Open as the one of the Grosvenor sponsored pros. That man with the King Queen suited raises to 225, and Lucas here with the Ace Jack on the button. These two starting the hand with 37. Could definitely see a 3-bet here from Lucas. Cut off versus button. Let's see if Lucas, let's see what size he goes. Because like I say, when Michael 3-bet tower, I think it was too large, but in these final table spots, because of ICM, we do want to go slightly smaller, and Lucas here going less than 3x, but could even go potentially like 575, 550 over man's open. 625 seems fine. Rather it be that than around 700. Now back on man. King Queen of Spades here. Just going to let it go. And now man down as one of the middling stacks. Definitely get behind that. It's just so much pressure on these guys just because of the ladders. Like 20k locked up at the moment, but just outlasting 4-5 bust outs is going to make you 50, 60k. It is a lot of dough.
Any sign of a chop? Yeah, let's chop it up and go home.
Yep, it does. Only on people that have opted in though, Eddie. If you go on people's Hendon mob, some people won't have it, but underneath all the list, it will be like all-time money list, all-time current rank. At the bottom, it will say total online earnings, which will be on there if the player has opted in. So $9 million in online cashes for Trig in his poker crit. Obviously, 700k of that coming in one tournament. This was a £1,500 buy-in. We ended with 1,086 runners.
Raised to 200k.
Lucas suited king. Opens to 200. We see it with the king jack. So going to be going for the 3-bet here. Cut off versus button.
600k.
definitely find its way in. Goes for 600.
Pass.
And versus 37 BBs. I think Lucas going to have a tough time continuing here. Not going to pill, that's for sure, but he thinks Chris is light. Might be thinking about the 4-bet here with the King 7.
10 seconds.
Oh, hello, sir. Finds it and basically just putting Chris under pressure, and we have Chris covered, and just comes in with a light 4-bet there. Love that from Lucas. I didn't think he'd actually find it, but we can't call that spot, so we need to go for the 4-bet bluff. And what it also does, I spoke about this yesterday when it was a battle between Jack and Ben Windsor, it also sets a dynamic for the final table. Like, Lucas is letting Chris Brammer know, you're not going to be able to 3-bet me light. If I'm opening LP, I will find some light 4-bets. I'll put you in a spot. And just creating that dynamic between the two players. And what that does for Lucas is he's going to get a lot more folds rather than 3-bets from Chris, with hands that he might mix into the 3-bet range, just because Chris Brammer's now aware that Lucas will be fighting back. And Lucas actually, good spot to fight back there, having Chris Brammer covered. He's sitting as one of these middling stacks. Immense ICM pressure on him with this payout structure being so top heavy.
Lucas is impressive. Michael with the ladies. Here's seat number 3.
That makes it 225 to Chris Young's big blind. Jack 7 off here versus gun. Might just let this one go, but it's going to pill. The thing is here, it's the same scenario like the bigger stacks. When someone opens and we've got them covered, they have potential to bust versus us, and no one's going to be wanting to bust the potential. We're not necessarily calling this Chris to just flop 2 pair plus or trips. We've got potential to bluff on some runouts, just because Michael's going to have to be playing tighter than usual. Michael with the C-bet goes for half, and the 8-3-4, 2 hots. Well, this can only be check raise if he's reaching for chips here. Yeah, it's not the worst candidates out. Jack of diamonds, 7 of hearts. We've got some plausible backdoors, and like I say, Michael's under a lot of ICM pressure when we got him covered. It makes it 750. Might not have chose this particular candidate, but I can get behind it with Chris. We got the overcard and some plausible backdoors. Michael shouldn't be opening 3s and 4s, so they shouldn't be in there. He will have 8s. That's about it, but we will have the 2 pairs. We'll have all the sets. And Michael just lets go of the queens for that reason, lets the ladies go just under. Immense ICM pressure and just folds the ladies. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Andy, can you just check the sound for us? A couple of people saying the sound quality keeps cutting out. Yeah, the queens. Were we ripped?
Not ripped tower,
No.
rips a disaster. I think we flat and play turns, but I think Michael just aware that how hefty things are. And
Yeah.
it's a lot of money up top tower. £335,000 is life-changing money, and that can be a factor.
Of course. Of course. And Chris Young applied the pressure.
Yeah, I think we need to call and play turns, but I think that just comes down to the fact that Chris has got us covered. But then what I will say, Tower, one thing I will mention about that spot is if in our head as Michael we're going to be folding to a 2.5x check raise on that board with queens, then should we not play check? If that's what we're going through in the head, if in our head, like, I think we need to bet the board, but if in our head, if we say to ourselves, we'll bet here, and if we get raised, we're going to fold, surely we should start playing checks rather than bets. And interesting spot there from Michael, just making a really tight laydown.
Heads. Check. Check.
10-9-9 checked. 7 of clubs turn.
That's 125k. Pass.
$67 bigs for Chris Young, chip leader. Trig is under 20. And David Green also 20 bigs.
Surprised there's no one on the rail tower, literally.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people playing the 500.
Yeah, we'll know when that's on break, I reckon.
Yes.
Then it will get crowded.
Pass. Pass. Raise to 200k. Pass. Pass.
It is going to be tough to beat 1068, but I'm pretty sure that they'll be confident in doing it if it does get signed off again for next year.
Yeah, I don't think we free bet there might be a thing for Michael, but the times that we are up against a set 4-3 suited, 8-3 suited, 8-4 suited, we're just dead, and so I'd probably play flat. I understand what Michael's thinking in terms of ICM. We need to play a lot tighter when we're sitting middle of the pack and you've got 2 stacks sub 20 bigs and the ladders are just so hefty now, but there is obviously a line. Like, we can't just fold everything, otherwise we can just get exploited so easily if people realise we're folding that high up. I think like I'd be calling once, taking a turn, especially with position as well, because the other thing as well, guys, the price he was getting there, he made it 300 and then there was a raise to 750. We have position. We might see Chris shut down a lot of the time on the turn, and then we can just go small in the pot a lot of the time. That's the other thing to take into account. Like, we can call and see what Chris does on the turn with position, and if he checks, that's the green light for us that we're very likely to have the best hand, and he's just waving the white flag. We're getting an unbelievable price there to call and see a turn.
Eight players left. 5 minutes before the blinds go up for the first time. Queen 7-4 flop. Majid from Birmingham playing well.
Check. That's 260k.
260 on the turn when the 8 rolls off.
The thing is, Brad, like, you can say that all you want, but these guys have bested a field of over 1,000 players. They're down to the final 8. They must have been doing some things right along the way to get here. Maybe it can be the pressure. You can look what's up top, and it can make you do things that you wouldn't do if you're playing for like 50k up top instead of 335k. Like, there's a lot of different factors to take into account. Sometimes the pressure gets to people, and you just make plays that you wouldn't usually play. Until you're actually sat there yourself with the lights, the cameras on you, we've got well over 1,000 people watching on the stream. All these eyes are on you. It can be tough, and it can make you do things that you wouldn't usually do. Majid going to call with a flush. Bramman went for the bluff, and Majid calls it off correctly.
Is that Silva's in Links. Sylvia Hewitt. If it is, how are you?
Yep, blinds are correct.
Yeah, blinds are correct. 50,000, 100,000. The blinds are correct. The blinds are going up in about 3 minutes to 61.20. What's a tournament finale, says Logs. You know what, Rog? How we're doing, Logs? Oh, things are good.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, like, in general, aren't folding. I think, like, if Michael was sat here watching with no pressure on him and it was someone else, he'd be saying the same thing probably. Why is he folding queens here? But sometimes when you're sat there and you're under a lot of pressure, it can sometimes just make you do things that you wouldn't usually do.
The old death blow. Used to play with Michael Brown in Leeds over a decade ago. He was bossing cash games then. He has got the game.
Chris Young with the sevens, raises to 200, and Michael with the ace-10 of hearts here in the cut-off. And another thing I'll mention as well, guys, remember Michael started the FT 3-bet the ace-9 suited versus Chris Young's open before Chris doubled because he had him covered. And that's obviously what makes the difference. Like here, just folding the ace-10 of hearts because Chris Young has us covered. Still, I might have still built that one tower, but I know what's going through Michael's head. He's just trying to do a lot of folding, do a lot of laddering. Tight is right in these situations, but obviously you get to a point with how tight is too tight.
No Tower OJ thinks today. £250 free roll. Well, the tokens today. Concentrating on this final. I'm sure we'll have some to give away in Blackpool when we're back in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, good turn to see here for Chris. Once opting to check flop. King of diamonds means that we'll have a pretty easy delayed c-bet on the turn once Lucas checks. Wow, he's checked again here. Surprised to see that tower. I think we've got to be delayed c-bet in that turn. Just flushing out some equity of overs, not letting them realise that equity for free. But now, just going to go for a value bet, try and get called by like ace high perhaps. Lucas can't do anything but fold.
Hiya Stephen. Scenic Trig is sponsored by Grosvenor Poker. Do they pay his buy-ins? What happens with the pros that we have? They're all sponsored from the online team, and they get a budget for the year. They don't get an unlimited buying budget. They get a budget for the year. I don't actually know what the budget. We never ask. We just know that they get a budget for the year, and they spend it on the events that they want to play. They're encouraged to play some events, they're encouraged to play other events, but they only get a certain amount for the year, and then after that, it's their own money.
What's the password, please? It is St. George.
Too late.
Oh, is it too late?
2 hours too late.
2 hours too late? I thought
At 7 o'clock it's shut. Because it started at 6, and late reg was 7. And it's now 8. He does like his maidens in the first races on any race course. Down to the final 17 on the free roll. Thanks to Victor for the updates.
Blind here. Lucas completing his option, and Chris Brammer checking the 6-5 off from the big blind. See a freebie.
No, this break gets taken out, obviously. You do forget to take the breaks out once we hit the final table. There is no break. Well done, Dina. You're the best. No, no, it gets taken out. You can't have a break 10 minutes in. That's amazing. No, no. No, no, it just needs moving around. Do you like cream eggs? We've got cream eggs here. Bought in by Roy Cyphers. Good old Roy, that's what we said.
Payouts coming across the bottom, guys. That's what we're playing for. Even third place is a 6-figure score. Don't even see that up top in some of the GUKPT main events, what you get for third.
Yeah. So you see there in the clock, in the background of the clock, the blinds will be up next hand. Holding round after Lucas just calls on the button. Yes.
I guess this is just down to Chris Brammer. Got a really nice reshove stack size, so the times that we limp, we save ourselves a big blind. But what I will say, Tara, we're limping hands like this, we need to counteract that by limping some strong hands as well. Can't just limp all our mediocre hands, otherwise then Chris or Majid could just raise up and just exploit that. So the way we counteract that is by balancing in some strong hands and not just these mediocre hands from the button. And Lucas just continuing on the A7-7. So if you win one of the 4K Vegas packages, they will like book the hotel, the flights and all that.
Yep.
You get the spending money, I believe, into your account, and then obviously the buy-in will be sorted when you're over there. It's not that you get 4K into your account and you've got to book it all yourself. No, Joel K, are you guys covering the 50K next week? He thinks we're going to be at the Vic on Wednesday doing the 25-50.
Shall we?
Been here 10 days, Joel. What do you expect from us? Got to get back to proper work. He meant to raise, not realising the blinds went up. Cheers, Thomas. So it was just a misclick limp. Makes sense, thank you. There's plenty of satellites running online over the next few weeks for the Vegas satellites. The first one kicks off this evening. It's a £30 super satellite, and there's one 4K package guaranteed in that. So for £30 you could potentially bink a 4K package this evening. All details can be found on Grosvenor Poker. Yeah, Lucas has only got $8,000 in live earnings from what I see, but his first cash coming in 2022, so he might not have been playing long. He has cashed in a GUKPT main event before, Manchester last year, but only $8,000 in live earnings for Lucas, so already nearly tripling his live earnings tower just from this event. Lucas Kulisis.
Minimum. If he gets knocked out next, he'll have tripled his earnings. But we're not done yet.
Jay's an ice cream man. Nah, just playing, Eddie, that's it, basically. Just playing some cash. This is my secondary job.
Absolutely.
And Tower's secondary job too. He is a PGA caddy, ain't you?
Do you know
I know the story.
My mate, who I remember myself a member at golf club with, old Nick, he's just started caddying at Royal Living.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And when they have a guest coming over on the court from the course, obviously it's summer, it's a lot busier. But when all the guests come onto the course, they pay for a caddy. He goes around caddying with it. What he will do. He's just signed up to be a caddy at Royal Lytham, which is about 10 minutes away from where he lives, or where we live.
King 10 of diamonds for Trig from +1. Going to choose to open this off of 14. Makes it 240. Let's frame up in the cut off with the ace jack. So happy to 3-bet call this off versus Trig. Going to go for the 3-bet call. And now this is good from Chris, just recognising stack sizes here, Tower. Like, just go in the smaller size, less than 2.5x, simply because of Trig stack, working with 14 bigs. But if we 3-bet to this size, or if we even choose the 3-bet versus a 14 big stack open, going to have to be calling off the 4-bet just because the price we'll be getting if Trig rips it in 2.5 to 1 on the call. I prefer not to say, Billy. I prefer not to say.
John Conlin, the password was St George. You'll not get in anymore because late reg finished at 7 p.m. I can't speak. I can't speak. Best commentary ever. Ever. It was amazing. I'm pretty sure when the World Championships are on at Blackpool in July, might just meet up with my mate Wayne Mardell.
Oh, you're doing that name dropping thing again?
And might even go for a game of golf with him again. I used to play poker, you know. FT Luton years ago.
Ian says Hennel only shows ranking caches. I've had loads of caches at the big and Luton. Regular tournaments not been added to the Hennel. I think some clubs don't do that. Some local clubs do and some don't, because I think it's just all the getting the paperwork and sending it off to them, all the results for every single local comp. Some clubs do it, some don't, Ian. Like, you'll see people, I think Sheffield does it, because when I go on looking at people's Hendon Mob, people from Sheffield, they have loads of caches in like the £30 rebuy in the club.
There's a mad Turk on the way. Must still be in the cup. Going on for Madge. AC number 9. Well, we've always had a Omaha game part of a GUKPT lineup. There's one in Blackpool.
What's up top in the cup? I'm not sure, Tower.
Got to be about 50, hasn't it? 59,000. 5 and 9 at the Brighton line. Sold them all. You want to bring some in? Is it not? Have we drunk Coventry Dry Water this week? Good game, anyone in the free roll, says Victor. Min cash is best cashing tokens anyway. Well done, Victor. Well done for playing. How many played it, Victor? Lines are now 61-20 in our final. 8-handed final as we lost Jack Wheeled in the last hand before the final, because on the outer table we also lost Leo.
Tim Buckley, what's the difference between Omaha and PLO, guys? It's the same thing. Well, PLO's pot limit Omaha,
Yeah.
and most Omaha games are all pot limit nowadays. You may find
The odd.
limit game in the States.
I would have said the odd no limit.
Oh, this is there's not no limit normal Omaha, is there? It's only high low they play no limit these days.
Oh, right,
They play no limit high low, high low, pot limit high low. God, couldn't imagine a no limit PLO game, Tower. Just betting 40k into 4k on the river with the nut blocker.
That's 175.
Sounds still crackling, says George Beddy. We'll get PK to have a listen. Thanks, George. Hope you're well. So you're wandering around. I know you were. You came down to Coventry to play.
Yeah, there might be some online. Canolu. No live games. Ever been. No limit. PLO.
John B says the sound is absolutely perfect. Maybe it's dropped at your end. Just get a refresh if it's cackling. Hopefully it's not distorted for everybody.
King on the river. So ace five of Chris gets the check mark. I'm really surprised actually, Tal. I was reading the chat box. I actually missed this hand, but man here should have just sent this in. I think pre-flop for 30 with the jacks versus the open here from Chris in the cutoff. It's just going to get through so often. Like Chris with the chip lead, going to be opening a whole host from the cutoff, and these jacks are just going to be so ahead of the range that he's supposed to open. Now we got to go post and get ourselves in a tricky situation. 380 on the end here from Chris Young for value. So going after some 10x, some 9x, this type of stuff. Going to be in the fen range from man from the big blind. And these are tricky spots because, like I say, thinking about Chris pre-flop, like he's going to have a whole host that opens here and maybe a board that is probably going to be over bluffed the times that he does wake up with nothing on the river. But a man going to make a good lay down at least that could have potentially seen him go in there pre-tower.
Yep, 2 leader. Chris Young, C2. Won a huge spot earlier today against Ben Windsor. Queens for Ben, kings for Chris. Will we have the time banks at Goliath? Probably day 3 or no? Shake of the head comes across.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Maybe
Tower.
not.
I think that's good. I don't think we should. I think the Goliath shouldn't use time banks for the main event. When we got 1Ks and 2Ks, yeah fine, because it's going to be more reg heavy fields. The Goliath is such a recreational heavy field. Like these people come and they have their week and they play their poker. Like let them have 40, 50 seconds for each decision if they need it. They might need it, and and the worst thing about that, like if a recreational gets into a spot late in the day and they've got no time banks left and it's genuinely a huge spot and they've only got 30 seconds to make the decision, I just think I just don't think it's good. And I really think for that reason, because it is such a wreck heavy field. I don't think we should be using Timex in the Goliath main event. I know it'll probably make our weekend longer, but you got to think about the field. And personally, I don't think there should be a thing at the Goliath.
Like it.
A7 of diamonds for Chris. Chipping up nicely after winning that huge flip to start the FT versus Man. Makes it 240. And this is starting to get more cagey now because Trig's whittled down to 9 bigs. I think I saw someone on 15 BBs, might have been Dave Green. Yep, 16 BBs. Trig's now got 11. So it's really cagey for like Man, Chris, Michael, all with this 20 to 30 big blind stack. And a really good chance for Chris Young to chip up and go after these stack sizes, put in some light free bets, just really open up his range chip lead in this final table, because there is an immense amount of ICM pressure on those middling stacks. Jay, who would be the least known player here? Least known? Well, I know Madge and I know David, like I've seen them on the scene. Michael I recognise, Trig obviously everyone knows. I'd probably say Chris Young I'm not too familiar with. I know Man through playing with him a year ago or two. And as well as that, I'm not too sure about Lucas, and Lucas with just $9,000 in live earnings, so I don't think he's on the tournament scene much. Like you say, you don't know if these people play cash and don't really play tournaments. Yeah, there you are. Guy says Lucas, yellow cash grinder. Where's he play, Guy? What area?
Good evening, Mr. Guy Taylor.
Just online, okay. Yeah, but he plays Hold'em really well, to be fair. He does play Hold'em well. Been doing some really nice stuff over the last couple of days. He's been on the feature quite a bit. And opening the 10-9 off here from the cut-off. Raises to 250. Don't mind this at all, the 10-9 off here tower. We've got all 3 stacks behind us covered. And as I mentioned, with Trig sitting there now with 10 bigs and David with 16. A lot of pressure on the rest of the table. And David is going to defend the ace-5 off from the big.
Jack 9 deuce, 2 spades. Second pair for Lucas.
Yeah, I think fine to continue here. I know some middle pairs are nice check backs, but I think with this situation at the table, just going to be continuing this one after flopping middle pair. Some nice backdoors here. There's Lucas. They're going to have a tough time continuing for this stack. Out of the way. How are we doing, Gary Miller? Chris Young, Asper's finest, part of the Super 6 crew, and an online wizard. There you go. This is the thing when these online people come out of their role into the online scene. You don't know who they are, and you could be up against someone that's a crusher.
Yep.
You sit down at a table sometimes, you see a new face, you're like, lovely, don't know this guy. But in reality, they might be very good.
Baseball caps are not a rage now. You don't see many people in sunglasses anymore, and the hats and everything else. Play it all in, that's Trig. First movement of a full stack over the line from the trigger. Majestic's got the queens. This could be the end of the Grosvenor Poker Pro, Mr. Rickers Strigglus.
Sorry, what? What did you just call him?
Rickers Strigglus.
Rickers Tricklers.
It was in Harry Potter.
Was it? No, it wasn't. I'm a big Harry Potter fan. No, it wasn't. Ridiculous,
I
maybe.
know how many pages there were in every book.
There's the call from the
Absolutely.
G.
This could be the end of the trigger. Sheffield's finest. Going to turn over the snowmen. Well, it's going to snow this week in all parts of the UK. But does Trig find one to survive? Madge from Birmingham. Any eights around the chat are screaming for 7, 9, 8.
Yeah, club's not working, but running straight possibilities for Trig, but needing an 8 at the moment. 6 or 10 for some sweats, or Jack for some sweats. So, 6 outs, otherwise we're down to 7. 8 or a 10 needed for Rick Trig.
Does he get there?
Yes, he does!
Back door, back door!
Through the back door, Jack high straight for Trig and doubling up through Madge.
Wowzers. This live poker's rigged.
That's the Team Pro run good right there, Tower.
What's the story? How we go?
Needed some Harry Potter magic. Rickers Tricklus.
Oh, so got himself back up to 26 bigs. That's the trigger. Is there much sportsbook liability on Trig? I have no idea, Hanak. We don't get that information. The only information we did get is there was over 230 bets today. Don't know what the liabilities are.
Red 240.
Makes it 240 under the gun. Now he's just doubled up. Jack 10 of diamonds. Don't start advertising in our chat, Kenneth, or we'll just stick the bandage hammer around.
The hammer will come down.
The hammer will come down. Next time, it'll be gone.
He's been tightened out. Mod's on the case.
Okay, there we go.
The mod's on the case.
The mod's on the case. Yeah, few young guns here playing for life-changing money. You're not wrong, Mr. Whitehouse.
Temper man going to have to get out the way from under the gun.
Raise to 240.
Chris, like to see this, opening the suited jack on the button once folded to, good from him. Just wants to be opening really wide when folded to Chris Young. When we got the chip lead, we want to be expanding our range and be opening a whole host just because of all the pressure on these players. They need to be playing tight up, so we therefore want to play wide up, having everyone covered.
Players all in.
And ace 10 here for Michael, and looks like he is going to just take this one and rip it in for 25 with the ace 10, sitting middle of the pack.
120.
Attention please, anyone interested in one free holder? Five seats available. First come, first served.
Maybe just tight legs after all the big games. Four.
1-0 at half time.
Was it one?
1-0 at half time.
I think it's 3-3. Liverpool versus Man U. We were watching the same game.
1-0 at half time.
What was it? What was it?
United were winning at half time.
250.
United were winning.
I forgot about my smoothie. The one Wendy fetched in.
Yeah.
I put it in the fridge.
Oh, you put it in the fridge?
Forgot about it. Thanks, Wendy. Great to see you this week as well. Our good friend Wendy Watson. Is she still in the seniors?
I'm not sure, Tower. I am not sure. And look at this from Madge, going to mix in a flat with the Cowboys here. Versus Lucas opening from under the gun. Flats the Kings.
We're going to get a percentage for stopping you. We're going to get a percentage for stopping you.
Not what you want to see when you flat the Kings as a trap pre-flop. Still does have the best hand, but ace 6-4, 2 clubs here. And Lucas, we get a bit range here as the gun open up with the pocket sevens.
Goodbye, Jam.
G still has the call, can't be folding just yet. Can't just instantly give our opponent credit for an ace. With position as well, like the times he checks turn, we feel a lot better about our hand. I think Lucas has got a hand that he is going to be, there we go, there he is going to be checking over to Majid once Majid calls flop. And probably a nice check here for Majid when we do rock up with kings. Like, the problem with betting here, Tower, like, all we really do is just charge some front door flush draws, which there isn't going to be many for Lucas. Like, when the ace of clubs is on board and we're 8 max here and he's opened under the gun, it's just going to be like the suited broadways, probably like 8-9 combos total of flushes, flush draws that he can have. And then our kings do not need protection. There's no bad river card for our kings to roll off, as obviously the ace is out there. So what we potentially do from betting is we just get the continues from the ace X, and that is literally it. So I might have checked there as Majid, and then have checked on there, then go for some value versus some like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, this type of stuff. But went for the bet on the turn.
So, anybody was wondering whether to call that all in. That's what you behind the button, isn't it? Just behind them. It's ringing in my favour.
So we are on 8. Crowning a champion at some point today.
Attention please, Sheila Pan, Satnam Sandhu,
Raise
eliminations.
250.
Seats are not enrolling.
Michael Brown, C3. Raises to 250.
Yeah, like 9-6 off here, having Michael covered. I think we can definitely defend this as Lucas. If it was the other way round, if Michael had 6.1 and Lucas had 3 mil, it would be a fold. But just because of these final table factors. So much to take into account. It's a really complex strat when you get to the final tables, where it becomes most difficult. Ranges change. Everything changes dependent on stack distribution at the table. And we've got Lucas here flopping bottom pair and a gut shot. One, I expect Michael to have a lot of checkbacks on here, tower. I do expect a fair amount of checkbacks from Michael here on this particular board. Lucas going to have 9-7, 16 combos pure. He'll have all the 2 pair combinations. We shouldn't have any 9-7. Shouldn't really have any 2 pair. We can have the sets, but 10-8 is probably going to be a muck for us pre-flop. Things you love to see, tower.
Absolutely.
And I might have even led here as Lucas, tower, simply because this is definitely one that we're going to see Michael check back so often here. Once this 4-liner to a straight comes off versus the big blind, it's just going to have really high frequency checkbacks now, even higher than the flop. Like, obviously we'll have some hands that he might want to barrel. See his flushes to get value from, his 9x as well. Need to counteract that with some bluffs and maybe some bare diamond hands. It's going to go for the second barrel here. Now this is interesting because I'd be a bit wary as Lucas, because it's a turn that I'm expecting Michael to be checking back very often. So once he actually fires here, never folding, we've got to call once more, but things are starting to get really dicey now, tower. Because obviously he'll open all the ace-x suited, so he will have like the ace-2 suited all the way through to the ace-king suited of diamonds. It will also have all the suited Broadway, so Queen Jack, King Jack and King Queen of diamonds all going to be in there. So he can plausibly have a lot of flushes in this spot, and I'm going to be really wary of that as Lucas. Like, the 6 of diamonds kind of a relevant blocker. Blocking ace-6 of diamonds, that's it. I guess one combo of Michael's value range and this 8 of spades on the river. Now, we're never worried about boats here, tower. We are never worried about boats simply because Michael wants to be checking back his sets and his on the turn.
Check, check.
Yeah, what is he bet turn with there, tower? I'd love to know.
Victim in the muck, unfortunately.
I'm really intrigued what he's bet turn with
maybe?
there. Yeah, but it's on a board where Lucas is probably going to defend as far down as 9-5 off, simply because he's got us covered. He's got a whole host more 9x than we do. Like, I'm really intrigued to see, and like, even betting the bare ace of diamonds there, we get raised, we just have to fold and just don't get to realise equity. I'd love to know what Michael had that hand. Interesting. Really want to know what he had, tower. Really want to know what he had that hand. And what a spot for Chris. You're supposed to be opening lots of hands, but you've actually got the top end here in the form of kings, opening from +2. And we got Trig here off of 22 with the king queen off after his double. He knows that Chris is supposed to be opening lots here.
So he's raised it up to 600. He's 3 bet to 6. Man, Mock gets out of the way. Lucas also out of the way.
Yeah, you can't have ace-10 with the ace of diamonds, Jace, because that's just a really nice check-back candidate. Because if we bet ace-10 with the ace of diamonds on the turn and get set in, it's just a disaster. So you can't have ace-10 with the ace of diamonds there. This is just going to go 4-bet send and fold, I believe, tower. Can't see Chris ever flatten this spot out of position. There's the all-in and just a snap fold from Trig. Went after it, didn't work on that occasion. To be fair, he's probably picked the nut combo, the king-queen off. Very nice to find the 3 bets are there because of the removal effect. Ian Edelman says, Jay, you said earlier you prefer playing cash Omaha against Hold'em Tormies. Is that because you feel you have more edge in Omaha over Hold'em? Yeah, I feel that way. I feel a lot of people are really good at Hold'em nowadays, Ian. Especially when you go up the stakes, like, everyone's really good. But I feel like with Omaha, especially 6 card, if you're playing in games that eventually get really deep, that's where the edge comes into it. Especially knowing your opponents. When you've got good sample size, you've been playing thousands and thousands of hands with people, you find out where they're making mistakes. I think it's a lot easier to exploit in PLO than it is Hold'em, but I love the deep stack. And the thing is as well, there's nothing out there really on the internet or courses regarding 6-card, so you can't just go online and really just study and study and study. Like, a lot of it comes from your own logic, and you've got to discuss hands with other good players. You come up with your own ideas. Like there's spots in PLO, like if someone bets 2k, if you bet lead river for 2k and someone raises you to like 8k and you've got the nut flush blocker, the straight flush blocker, you know they got the nut flush or the bare ace, just make it 30k. Just make it 30k. And the amount of times over the years, like, I've made that play in 6-card, the success rate has just been insanely high. Like, lead river, nut flush blocker raises you, or the nut flush if they have it, and just go after it with a straight flush blocker. But it always has to be a middling straight flush blocker. Ideas like that, turning boats into bluffs with good removal, stuff like that. Like, no, I don't see no one else doing it really. And obviously you have your exploits versus like the fish, but I think there's so many exploits versus the players that are considered the good regulars in the game that no one else comes up with. Like, there's some really interesting ideas regarding 6-card, and I just think there's river spots that no one else is finding these days that I think I find a lot. Just think 6-card PLO is my best game by a mile these days. I always say Hold'em is my worst game. If you listen to the stream a lot, probably put Hold'em down as my worst variant of poker.
Blind 620. 8 players on the final.
Probably like 30 to 40, I'd say. Dan, probably say like 30 to 40, but this is over like the course of years.
Oh, Chris Brummer.
Oh wow. Oh wow, and Lucas is supposed to be really wide here as well, Tower, with covering all these 3 stacks behind, and Brammer here offered 27, 28. I'm not sure if this is a send, Tower. This could just be a send. There we go.
Yes, it is a send.
Into the middle.
It is a send for Chris.
Gonna run right into it.
Look at Lucas, he's not moved a muscle. He hasn't moved a muscle. All folding round to the snap call of Lucas. Shows him the ace as Chris Brammer has ran into it.
Gonna need help to get out of this one, Chris Brammer.
A little bit of help.
Well, there's some help. We've got running diamonds, we've got running will to chop, and we've got a direct 2 outs that actually double now. It's actually a good flop to see when we got 10% equity pre. Brick on the turn, so just down to 2 outs. Black queen is needed.
Any queens about for Chris Brammer. It's not, it's the jack of diamonds. And Chris eliminated in 8th. For £20,400. Well done, Chris. Good to see you back at the tables. Off he trots. £20,800. Well done, sir. 20,400. Apologies. And Mr. Green in seat number 1 is loving life.
60, 120, 120.
He's like a centre half that never moves away from the penalty box.
Yeah, it's starting to get really juicy now, guys. Ticker coming across the bottom. The ladders are so substantial at this stage of the tournament. And now with a third of the chips in play, Lucas Tower, now it's his time to be opening, and good to see him open this one because this is what we want to be doing now. We're in the driver's seat, Want to see lots of opens from Lucas now, from any position. Madge here, ace-8 off on the button. Just going to fold, I hope. There's the fold from Madge. Everyone just really handcuffed with David's stack now. David sitting there with 10 bigs. Like even Chris Young going to be under some pressure. Like ace-8 suited here, we just have to play flat in the big blind simply because we don't want to 3-bet and blow a pot versus Lucas, now the only player that can bust us out of position.
Jack, Queen 3. Rainbow.
Check.
And we're bottom pair, Queen High Rainbow. I think easy continue for us here as Lucas.
That's 150.
Goes from 150 into 680, so south of quarter. And Chris actually got a viable float candidate here. 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight, and an overcard. And as well as that tower versus Lucas, obviously still can be the best hand here, ace-8 high. 8 of clubs on the turn. One I do expect to go check fairly often. Both players will both have 10-9, all 16 combos pure here. But I think Lucas is going to be slowing down a lot of the time. Now just looking to showdown once this 8 rolls off and does complete some straight draws. This is an interesting one. King of spades on the river.
Check.
So is Lucas going to check back, or is he just going to realise that the 3 is very difficult to be good here, Tower? Like once his king rolls off, it's very difficult for us ever to have the best hand with a 3. Just thinking about calling ranges on flop, like all the 10-8 even beat us, the 10-8, the 8-9, the gut shots on the flop, and then obviously he can still have some Jack X, he can have some Queen X, all these type of hands, but Lucas is going to go for the check, and he's going to show the 6-3 suited, and ace-8 spades going to be good for Chris Young.
Chris Young scoops in more. These two are the 2 chip leaders, seat 2 and seat 7.
But PLO is a great game. I love it, Dan. Love it. I think there's so much more to it than people will ever realise. And obviously, same with Hold'em. That comes with experience of playing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hands of 6 card, and then the same as Hold'em. When you play more and more hands, you get to grasp with the game more and start thinking about it more logically. Something is on break tower because a little rail's building in the background.
How did the elder statesman look like it to me? Yes.
Raise to 240.
How come the last person to act on a check shows first? It goes back through the streets to the last aggressor. So if it goes check, bet flop in position, call, check, turn, check, river, the player that's bet the flop has to show first. If it goes open 3-bet call, and then it goes check, the 3-better has to show. We go back through the streets, and the last aggressor has to show on the previous streets. We should play sometime, Josh, if you believe that. We should play sometime.
That is one thing it isn't. It might sound it, bet the nuts and that's it. It ain't like that. I've learnt that bit from listening to Jay.
Dora Brunson used to say, never get all your chips in the middle with an ace and a queen. He did say that.
Raise to 250.
I think Chris Brammer might be a little bit better than Dora Brunson these days, though. Obviously, Dora a crusher in the 80s, 90s, even the early 2000s, but the game's just come on so much now. It's a completely different game to what it was 20, 30 years ago.
Final table, we're on 7. There'll be a break soon.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
8-5 for Trig.
Call.
Makes it up. Man with 6 deuce gets to see a flop. Flop second pair. Both catch a piece.
Yeah, Trig going to go for the check call here with middle pair. Facing 150 from man. I won't be in Nottingham this week. I will not. Agnes Swatwater will not be there.
Water. That's the thing.
Yeah, where is the water?
Thing of the past.
Oh, look at this turn for man. Turns 2 pair with a 6 deuce, and now going for another street, expecting him to check a lot of turns, but this is not going to be one that we will check. And Trig still with second pair, blind on blind, has to call once more. The spot's going to occur on the river.
Check.
3 of diamonds, river. Man gets to check mark.
Now, it's just a question of how much do we want to go for value here, tower. Always got a value bet this spot. Go after some Queen X, go after some 8X. These type of holdings. Like Trig could plausibly even have aces and kings here as well, tower, that would probably complete off this stack size. So tough one for Trig. Like, obviously got to think about the bluffs that man can find here. Maybe the nice bluffs are going to be stuff like 9-10 with a spade, 9-7 with a spade, and Trig going to see the bad news, 6 deuce for man.
Yep. Back down to a mil. Back down to 10 bigs. Rick Trig.
Sarge, do you like or play any stud variations of poker, Jay? I know how to play most stud variations, but the only one that I play regularly is super stud in a dealer's choice game. And super stud is basically you get dealt 5 cards, you discard 2, you turn 1 card face over, and then it's stud, high, low, pot limit from there out.
Yep, Trig is on the ropes, says Josh. When is Goliath Bradford 999999? 27th of July until the 6th of August.
Yeah, we crushed the piece as well.
Talking of Goliath.
Shall we show him?
Go on, let's show him.
Oh, wrong one. That's the betting. Down one, down one.
Down
that's the
one.
Oh no, that's Trevor Reardon.
There it is, 27th of July, GKPT Main 1A, cash out satellites. There'll be all sorts going on.
Best thing to do, guys.
We're streaming from the Friday.
If you're watching on laptop, computer, or phone, you can just screenshot the schedule, crop
Ready?
us out.
3,
I said crop us out.
2,
you go.
1.
You can crop. You're that side, so it's all right. You can be cropped in, but they can crop me out because you're that side, so it's all right. But that's the best thing to do, and then you can just go back and look at the Goliath schedule whenever you want, guys. Just screenshot it. If you don't know about the Goliath and you are new to the stream, we have a tournament which is £150 buy-in, and last year it got over £1 million prize pool, and that's in Coventry again in the summer.
Do you think we'll ever come to a GUKP team flip-flops? Do you think it's ever going to be
Flip-flops?
warm enough?
I don't think so.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a typo just for the Friday and the Saturday. We knew there'd be somebody mentioning it, so that's why we stuck it in. Obviously the 4th and the 5th and the 6th. Sunday is the 6th. Friday, Saturday and Sunday. The final day of Goliath is the 6th. Can you register for multiple day ones in advance? No. You can register for one day one. If you register for multiple, you will get taken out of all day ones. And then you'll have to start again.
Raise to 240.
Baraka, I don't know if you're new to the game, or I don't know if you've ever played live poker anywhere in the world, but if you think that these tournaments run themselves for fresh air, then you crack on and say £30 is a lot.
Raise. 670.
I'm guessing you don't play live poker in Vegas, and you don't play live poker in Ireland, and you don't play live poker at festivals with hundreds and hundreds of runners.
10 seconds.
Are you playing any MTTs lately, Jay? I will not be really playing much. Probably
Nope.
going to be Vegas. Might be doing the Irish Open in April.
Lucky we've got Blackpool in 2.5 weeks, so I'll
Actually,
sleep
yeah,
till
I'll be
Vegas.
playing the CAV Cup. Actually, I'll be
Yes.
playing the CAV Cup.
Talking of
Shall
Blackpool,
we show them the CAV Cup?
18th Saturday, CAV Cup.
I will be in the CAV Cup, my first ever CAV Cup. I'm going down to see the tower. He's on the DJ deck, so I'll be there getting sloshed at the bar, probably after the first level. But that's going to be a fun one.
It's a fantastic event for charity. Local guy to us in Blackpool passed away. We now raise money. The CAV Cup is basically named after him, Derek Kavanagh. And we raised over £50,000 before COVID hit. And they wanted to bring it back, and Rick Gilby and all his team sort it out. And that's what we play. Blackpool on the horizon. And yes, Craig, watching on Face here, this is the final table. We're on 7.
Raise to 240.
Bazaar games. Limit Hold'em, Texas Hold'em, Omaha High-Low, Omaha, Deuce to 7 triple draw, Deuce to 7 single draw. Raz is in there as well. And I think the other one, I'm trying to think, what's the last one?
Of what? Horse?
No, the Players' Championship. What's the 8th game? Help me out. Oh, it'd be stud high, low, stud high. So Texas Hold'em, no limit. I think it's with antes. Then Texas limit, Omaha limit, Omaha high-low limit, stud high-low, stud high, Raz, Deuce to 7, triple draw.
Five minutes and counting until the break.
Is it breaking 5 minutes?
I think it is.
Where's the first 2 hours of this final table gone, Tower?
Unbelievable. It's superb watching.
Might give me a break.
Is there a seat cap on each day of the Goliaths? I'm guessing 1,000. Might be even more this year. More information in Blackpool for sure. When we get there, there'll be plenty of information regarding Goliath when we get to Blackpool. I'm thinking it's 1,000. It might be more.
Oh, then Mike Glavis. Sorry guys, there's so much coming in the chat right now. If we missed stuff, just repeat your question. I'm scrolling up to see if we've missed anything. Mike Glavis says, ahoy. Oh, Tower, loving your work as ever. Jay, really interesting stuff. Really 6 card. PLO always interested me, and 5 card was fun. Presume the pool at 6 card is shallow. It's not really, not like population. A lot of people around the country play 6 card. It's a lot bigger in the UK and Europe than it is in the States. They play Big O, which is 5 card. Over in America, a lot more than they do 6. But I think it's played a lot around the UK.
Trig's in. Trig is in.
Easy shot for Trig. 1.4 million here, so just shy of 12 bigs in the middle. And going to be getting that one through for Trig, picking up blinds and ante. Is that for Blackpool? And Nick Marchson says they added deuce, no limit deuce to 7 single draw to the Players' Championship as well. That's a proper game. No limit deuce to 7 single draw. Proper game, that one. A lot of bluffing going on in that. Yeah, so in Blackpool, I reckon for the mini, I reckon it will definitely be over 150k prize pool. That's just an estimation, but I think it will. Always a great turnout in Blackpool. But what I will say, we're used to going there in November. We're going to head there March this year for the first time, so it'll be interesting to see if it's the same sort of turnout.
Yeah. I don't think it will be, personally.
Don't think?
No, I don't know. I'm always pessimistic rather than optimistic when it comes to numbers, and then I get smashed out of the park. But November's just November, isn't it? And always been the one. I hope it is. I really do. I hope it's absolutely chock-a-block full of everybody. There's a couple of short stacks started to build now, a couple of big stacks. Lucas is chip leader. Chris Young is second in chips.
Yeah, I'd say 0. Hanak saying about man potentially 4-bet jamming the ace jack off versus Lucas at this stage. Like, we will need 1 bluffs, but we're only going to find a few bluffs because of ICM, and like the best bluff's going to be ace 5 suited. That's going to be the one that we find if we do want a 4-bet rip there as a bluff. Like, we're not going to be shoving the ace jack for value because we're not getting called by worse. So if we're going to build a bluff, I think the ace 5 suited is going to be the best one in there for us as man.
Hiya Tilly, can we stick the yearly schedule up? I can stick the yearly dates up very shortly. There's Chris Young.
Raises to 240, and Michael here, king 10 off, just going to have to get out of the way.
Trig with the jack 5 down to 1.4. We're on a break in 90 seconds, so we should get one more hand in.
Yeah, no, we just have to shove this versus the chip lead up, or second in chips.
So the yearly schedule looks like this. They're all the dates for the main events. There's obviously we have an event in London in April for 888. We'll be looking forward to that one.
Do we?
Yes. What do you mean, do we?
I didn't know that.
Yes, we do. Then we have a break for Vegas after the 4th of June. Not for Vegas, but because of a lot of people going out there to Vegas for the World Series. And then we come back in July, 27th of July till the 6th of August for Goliath. There is then the Vic, London, Leeds. Then there's another event in the Vic for 888, and then there's Blackpool. Last hand of the session.
Yeah, and just a shove for Dave, easy shove here. For him, only 900k, which equates to just sub 8 big blinds. Man's going to get out of the way, and Lucas is going to do the same, and that is going to be us, guys. We are on a 20-minute break. We're going to be back at 9:15 with the rest of the final table.
See you then.
We'll see you soon.
Oh, we flop a set.
Yeah, and Ryan's flopped the straight flush draw tower, so this is action time. Ryan with the 8-6 of diamonds on an ace high board. Great flop for us once opening in the cut-off. Not only have we flopped the straight flush draw in terms of range, going to be better for us. And Harry here with his set of 5s, like it. Just going to flatten position. Don't want to set off any alarm bells. If Ryan's got a hand like ace king, ace queen, we've got that drawing dead to runners.
Quadzillas, baby! Quadzilla, baby! Woo woo! Am I getting the chips off Ryan? Woo woo! Oh, just I look down again. Yep, there are definitely 2 5s here. Now there's 2 5s on the board.
It's a Ryan
That's
firing
4
again.
5s.
Maybe just trying to fold out some weak ace-x, some suited ace-x that Harry can have here, as well as that 9x is going to have a hard time calling a double barrel, and obviously Harry flattened in position. Going to try and get the max on the river with
So
a
there's
shove.
1 out.
7 of diamonds is straight flush.
Oh, he thought he got it done it. No, what's this dealer done?
Where's the bad beat jackpot in the tournament? No way!
£245,000.
That is incredible. I've never seen this tower on stream. Quads over straight flush. This is a setup of all setups.
Oh,
No
all
way.
in. Harry can't wait to
Quads.
turn him over.
No way. Quads
Oh
V
my
straight
God!
flush.
Look at the table.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. That we'll never see that again.
Ludo says I never take pictures at poker table. I'm taking a picture.
We will never see that again on stream. To get that hand here on stream. Look at the cameras. They're all out.
Oh my
God. Quads over straight flush on stream.
Somebody go and get Jim. Ask him if they have a bad beat jackpot. For
Imagine,
the
imagine that on the
GUKPT.
imagine that on the cash table.
Oh,
That is gonna be
wow.
wow.
Right, that's the end of the stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
We'll see you again tomorrow. Oh my days.
Wow. Just speechless. How
Wow.
does that even happen?
Hurricane he says, get me a pint. Oh my days. Wow.
I just can't believe it.
Wowzers.
Oh, stuff we live for on stream. It's something we'll probably never ever see again. Over the years, the chances of that happen are astronomical, and to actually get it on our featured table. How'd you go out? Oh yeah, had quads. No good. And if there's a story to tell, that is a story for the ages.
I don't even mind listening to that one. So we can chat to you, we can talk to you, we can answer any question you want. You just can't see us.
That's a good thing.
You just can't see us. John Lowe, when is the Reading schedule being announced? Reading has been moved. We will get confirmation of Jim, but Reading has been moved from the end of April. It's not at the end of April anymore because I think it was something to do with the Easter weekend. It has been moved. Reading is now going to be in July. We will get the details this week.
Well, we got
What's happening here?
320 straddle on here, Tower.
What?
What? We have a
300.
300,
510.
2040, 80, 160, 320, and Vinny, who was on the 320 straddle on the button. How's Jagger get kings in this spot? It's just Jagger getting kings on a 320 straddle, raises to 700, and Vinny defending with a 7-6, and he has caught a piece here.
Oh, he's got the 6 as well.
So this, with the SPR we're working with here, Jagger's just going to put it in. Wow, he's actually opted to check, and it's worked to perfection. I don't think Vinny would have folded anyway. The
all
player
in
that Vinny
and a
is
call.
catching a piece.
The Cowboys turned them straight over. It went 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80.
160, 320. You look down, you got the Cowboys, you got action from Vinny on the button, and we're now 80% to get a near double up. Does have Vinny covered, just fading 7s and 6s. Nice clean turn for Jagger. And the 9 on the river, and Jagger taking the first big one of the day. 3.9k pot going his way.
Wow.
With the kings. It's only a 12 big blind pop tower if you're looking at it in terms of the straddle, but in terms of the money in relation to the game that we're playing. Lovely start for him, and Vinny look, smiling away. You wouldn't think he's just lost 1,500 quid, but he's going to be reloading.
We might get that happening quite a lot this event. 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80, 160. Yeah, I'll make it 320. Look, and as Jay says, you look down, you've got kings.
But it's what they do. It's the way they grind. Solid approach, and it's going to make you money in the long run. Maybe not as much as a player that's going to be more aggressive in certain spots. So like what I've seen from Jagger, always pretty impressed from him whenever he's on the feature table. Happy to get involved, happy to run it. It's been a very good watch though, can't take that away. And Jagger raising to 60, Ryan folding the ace-5, and Jamie here on the button.
Call.
Jamie freeband the Queen 9 suited, like it, especially this deep versus Jagger with position. Vinny's in with the cold call, and Jagger calls, goes in the action with the 6s.
Flop time, 935, Rainbow.
Lovely flop here for Jamie after free betting this particular hand. And gonna see him continue here, Tower, just so often here with the Queen 9 of spades. There is some argument in a heads up coup to check this one, potentially in a free bet situation, but multi-way here, happy to try and thin the field down and get to the turn heads up. Vinny's actually going to call here with the King 10. I was about to say I'm surprised to see that, but I'm not, because it's Vinny and he is getting an attractive price. And Jagger here with the 6s in a really interesting spot, because this is a spot where we're not usually going to overcall the 6s, Tower, but with Vinny involved and Jamie, who's obviously more than capable of making a move, might actually choose to overcall the 6s here in this spot. Like, in a normal scenario, just be folding here a lot of the time as Jagger, but he's actually opted for the third option and raised this one up. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Raised to 950 from Jagger. And Jamie now just got a pure call, Tower.
Yep.
Nothing else we can do here as Jamie but call this one with the Queen 9. Well, we'll just chuck a plaque in, why not? Get 50 change.
Absolutely.
And now Vinny should get out of the way. I say should, but Vinny has been a very tricky
Vinny,
customer.
Yeah. We know what Vinny can do. And we know he likes the overs. And he could still flick it in.
950.
Counted out the 950. It's 675 to call.
Look at this.
Absolutely.
In comes Vinny. 3.7 in the middle. Pot is brewing. And the Queen 9 of Jamie out in front at the moment. Turn time.
Oh, we've only spiked it on the turn.
Oh, Vinny. How does he do it? And this should check through though, Tower. I'd be very surprised if Jagger continued running it with 6s. Might have raised for protection purposes on the flop. Jamie can just continue a lot of high cards like ace king, king queen, ace queen, these type of hold-ins. And obviously Vinny, a wild card, can have any 2s. So may have been raising the 6s for protection purposes. But once we've been called in 2 spots, I think this is just shut down central for us, for Jagger. And there's the check. And if I'm Jamie, I'm probably going to be checking this Queen 9 of spade behind. I'm just searching for showdown, trying to get this one to showdown with this 370 bigs in the middle already. Well, probably going to fire small. I see him reaching for chips here, Tower, but if he's reaching for chips, I'm probably not going to opt for too large a sizing, no more than half, just so we can check back some rivers. So it's going to go call from Vinny, fold from Jagger.
There you go. Should be a snap fold from Jagger. And that's exactly what he's done. So we're already up to 7,000 in the pot.
Yeah, so unless it's a queen or a 9 on the river, it should just go check, check, Tower, because Jamie's chose this size basically to get a free showdown with position, gets to dictate the action on the river. And it's the deuce of diamonds.
Complete brick.
All in.
No!
we've only slung in the triangle.
Wow, Vinny just sticks it in with the king 10. He's actually got the best hand. This is the most insane value rip ever, Tower, and it might work as well because he can credibly rep hands that have missed here. Backdoor hearts, hands like 7-8, 6-7 of hearts, 6-8 of hearts all in there. If he's calling king 10 off on the flop, he's going to be calling hands like jack 10 of hearts, queen jack of hearts, queen 10 of hearts, these type of holdings. Ace 4 of hearts, well, ace 4 of hearts is a will, but like ace deuce of hearts in there, these type of holdings. But this is a really interesting spot here for Jamie because you never expect Vinny to have a king. You've got to remember, it's gone bet, call, raise, call on the flop, so there shouldn't really ever be a king X out there for Vinny. I know we can see he actually has the king 10 here, but the only real king X that Vinny should have on that flop should be like king 9, maybe king 5 suited in there. So it's a really weird spot here for Jamie, the way this hand's played, and rips it for 3.3, getting 3-1 on the call here with our queen 9. But like, what's...
So you're more or less saying he should be calling this because there's no king X out there.
Well, there shouldn't be. Like from a theory perspective, Tower, there shouldn't be. Other than king 9 suited, which we got removal to, only 2 combos left with the 9 of spades. From a theory perspective, yes. But from a hand with Vinny in perspective,
yeah,
he can probably have more king X than anyone in this spot. That's the crazy thing about it. It might even float like his king 7 suited, king 6 suited, king 8 suited with backdoor diamonds. But then the other thing we need to take into account is Vinny then going to shove these one pair holdings for value on the river. And he's called. He's made the call.
Vinny's in front, ladies and gentlemen.
Vinny's in front. He's £600 up. He's laughing. He's doing cartwheels. He's £600 in the green. Vinny finds the donk value shove with the king 10. Wow, we said stay tuned, guys. I wasn't expecting that, but what?
Wow.
Another hand we've seen there. Over 1,000 big blinds in the middle.
Vinny is out of it.
He's out of the hole. He's found that ladder. He's climbed out of it. And fair play to the man. He's got max there because Jamie's going to snap check back that 9 on the river, and Vinny just not having it. Comes in for the lead jam. And it gets called by worse. What a hand again. What a stream this has been.
So we've gone 3-bet to 3.75. Rodrigo's called. Jamie has 4-bet to 1.7. And now it's back round to Vinny, who's up to 20k from 5.
Yeah, I can't see Vinny calling, Tower. Jamie here, ace 10. Definitely one we can mix into the 4-bet bluff range. Ace 10 off can be in there, especially versus Ben as well, who's more than capable of finding 3-bet bluffs. It's this ace 10. Not a bad candidate to choose. Obviously, we're not going to 4-bet 100% of the time, only going to be at a small frequency, but it will find its way in that. Now on Ben, Tower, and this is a dicey spot this deep. Just because of how deep we are, I think we're just supposed to play flat here on the button with position. Don't think we're going to be 5-betting here, because Jamie's still obviously got the aces and kings. Although we block them, only 3 combos of aces, 3 combos of kings from our perspective.
Can we 5-bet?
We can, Tower, but I just think this deep against a 4-bet here from Jamie that we're supposed to just flat.
He does just flat.
You drink?
Now Rodrigo getting a really attractive price with the king queen suited. But we're only in for 390, Tower, so probably happy to fold the king queen. I think he'll be aware that so likely to be in a dominated spot here. Look at this, 3.9k in the middle already.
In the tank is our Rodrigo.
I I'd be surprised if he called tower. And the other thing I will mention as well, he's got 4 1k plaques there and probably a 2k stack of things, so he is actually a lot deeper than what the graphic shows. I'd be surprised if Rodrigo was going to come along here after this action that has just occurred. So here we go, guys. Nearly 4k in the middle, 4-bet pop between Jamie Lee and Ben, battle of the GU KPC champions. Jamie winning Luton last year, Ben winning Manchester back in 2019.
Jack 9-7 rainbow.
Yes, we have flop day gut shot here as Jamie. If we are going to elect to c-bet, should be a fairly small size choice here. But Ben will definitely have the jacks, the 9s here. I'm not sure he's always going to be 3-betting 7s. But I think it's a board we will play some checks on as Jamie as the 4-better. And does choose to check. And over to Ben with the ace-king. Now I've got to start thinking about Jamie's range. I think Ben will be aware Jamie's good enough here to be checking some overpairs, the aces, the kings, because we're just more likely to have the 9s, jacks, these type of hands. I guess Jamie will call 4 jacks as well, can have top set. Ben weighing his options up. It looks like it's going to be firing.
21.
1,100.
Oh, 1.1.
Yeah, 1.1, small size in here. Going to be small size choice in the 4-bet pot. And Jamie, just expect him to play check call here, tower. Getting this price over 4.5 to 1 on the call. Should just be a check call from him. Does elect to check call, but look at this pot, 6.1k in the middle, and the best hand is ace king high.
Oh, what a turn!
Oh my word. And this is danger for Ben now, tower. This is dangerous because Ben, in theory here, as the caller of the...
Right, Rick Trig, let's go, mate. What's that? What do you mean?
I think as there is a new chip in play, there's 250,000 that is.
Get me around it.
So welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the next session. The next session is upon us. Jay's sat in his seat yet again.
Ready to go.
Dave Green in 1, Chris Young in 2, Michael Brown, Rick Trigg, Man Mock, Lucas Kalisis, and Majid Nadeem. We lost Chris Brammer, so we're down to 7. We're down to 7. Let's go. Where is this event, Mr. Dean Bean? It's in Coventry.
Coventry, CBS Arena.
Yep. The CBS arena. Formally. Let's go, Lucas, says Mr. Weed. Bill and Ben used to have a friend called Mr. Weed. They did?
Today. Flower pot menu.
Yeah. Mr. Weed. That's how they used to say it. Mr. Weed.
So blinds 80k, 160k. Still a long, long way to go.
Yes.
For this one. Oh, look at this. And Lucas here. I think we're just always free betting this, probably around $1 million tower. That's the size I'd be going. Versus second in chips. It was 900k. So just shy of 3x. Should be Chris out of the way. Do not want to be tangling with Lucas, the one player that can bust us at the table, and if not bust, do a lot of damage to our stack. But Chris not insta-mucking this one tower. It does get out of the way. Well played from both, not much we can do. We have to open the king-queen, but once met with a free bet from first in chips, just got to get out of the way there. It's Chris Young. What is a tower? Asks MJ. That is a tower. The tower from Blackpool, originally from Rotherham.
Yes. Lived in Blackpool. It was one of them times where, back in the days of poker forums, you needed a nickname.
Who's my money on? Lucas seems to be playing very well. Don't think he's a tournament player, but seems to be doing a lot of right things.
Yeah, he does indeed.
And obviously he's got the chip lead, so he's going to be favourite to close this out from now. Chris is playing well as well, second in chips, if Trig can spin. Definitely get back in this.
So 180, 160 just started. Well, very soon. Here's the Kermit. Sparky. No chance, he says. Majid has got this one. Majestic.
Majestic.
Notice there's no red wine anywhere.
Yeah, just Majid until the red wine comes out.
Yep. And then he's majestic. The least experienced on the FT. I don't think Dave Green's made too many FTs on a GKPT circuit that we do.
Yeah, I see his face around. I think I saw him at WSOP this year as well. Got a very recognisable face, but I think Tower's right. Not been too many deep runs for Dave, but got a chance of scooping 335k here still.
And then you say Lucas's cash in tournaments is negligible.
Yeah, and now that Chris Brammer's gone, Trig is the highest earner on the table. 1.4 million in live earnings, 9 million in online earnings. And Lucas here, going to see a lot of this from him. One's folded two. She's going to be opening lots of hands. Makes it 325. Five for it hearts here for Chris. Definitely be defending the 5-3 suited.
So flop time. 8-3-4. 2 diamonds.
Yeah, nice continued candidate here for Lucas. Wrap round that 8. Backdoor straight flush draw.
That's 250.
Chris going to have an easy check call here. 5-3 hearts might be one as well. I don't think we would against Lucas, but if we're in a pot with someone we had covered. Could be a nice little check raise candidate here with bottom pair for protection and some nice backdoors, but against Lucas, who first in chips and we're second in chips, just got to play the check call. And smashes the life out of the turn.
Any threes about?
3 on the turn. I like the check here from Chris. Like, this is a card we can definitely lead, but Lucas is going to be really aggressive down the streets a lot of the time, so we can just pick off some bluffs when he is going after it. So rather than leading here and just giving Lucas a chance to fold a hand, we do this. Lucas now going to be double barreling here with a 10-7 of hearts, just with the overcard. No other draw. Goes for 600k, and I think we're just going to find the flat here as Chris, keep our range wide. If we flat, we can still have hands like 8x, 4x in there, and then some like 5-6, some front door flush draws, some combo draws, all this stuff. Like if we start raising here tower, our value basically becomes 3x plus. So great to see here from Chris Young, just flat in the turn. Really like this from him.
And Jack of Spades river.
Now, Lucas. We got to the river. We're sat here with just 10 high. Like we flat turn Chris to check this river over to Lucas and hope to get the barrel from him. Really want to see the check here from Chris. Looks like he's thinking about leading. Yeah, he's going to go for the lead. He's going to go for the block, try and induce. He goes for the 400k block on the end. And is Lucas going to take the bait? Try and make it look like he's got like a 8x here tower. Like, I think this is what Chris is trying to do. Make it look like we've got like a 8-7, maybe even a 4. Something along those lines, but Lucas, very good fold from him, not taking the bait. Obviously we can't call, but
He's folded in correct spots so many times.
might have thought about raising as a bluff. But maybe if Chris checked, we might have had the unload of the clip coming in from Lucas.
Only lost one player since you left us man of straw, Mr. Chris Brammer. That is it. Started the FT with 8, we're on 7.
Sorry, I was reading. I think you just give me something. I was just giving you money. I thought I missed it.
He hasn't got enough. He hasn't got enough chips.
Still with a chip lead, so going to be very wide here. King 10 off. More than viable. Into Michael Brown's big blind. Just going to be raise and take for Lucas. Just getting a raise and take through now. Tower's worth 400k to your stack. It's a lot of chips. With these blind levels starting to get fairly hefty.
Next event for us. Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside.
Blackpool.
Yes, 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 yes. We'll be doing some charity money raising on the CAF Cup on Saturday the 18th. The live stream for us will start on Wednesday the 22nd, all the way through to the final hand of the main event on the Sunday. Full schedule is right there for Blackpool. Starts on the 15th with the satellites.
How are we doing, Kieran Langley? Hi lads, hope all is well.
Yes, awesome.
All is well. And Lawrence says estimated finish time. I said 2 AM yesterday when we got the confirmed numbers. I said early Saturday it would be around the 2 AM finish. And Mr. Windsor busted. God, must have been about 4 or 5 hours ago now. Was going along nicely, then ran queens into the kings of Chris Young, who's here on the final table for, at the time, what was a 3.5 million chip pot. All in pre.
Can you register on the day for the CAF Cup if it's not full? If it ain't full. The holding tank online is full, but that was just 50 seats. Capped at 200. If Rick's watching, he can tell us how many buy-ins we have. Should get to about. Should get full.
Oh, look at this. Dave Green is going to be in a world of hurt here. Because Chris Young with the aces, and love the flat from him. Plays well, Chris. First I've seen of him, but does all the right things, it seems, Tower. Seems to really know his stuff. It's nice when we get a fresh face on the feature table and they know exactly what they're up to. And Dave cannot believe his luck. He's ran into the aces.
Shuffling away, the ex-Luton, Millwall and Colchester at centre half.
5 big blinds, hijack shove with an ace as the short stack Tower. Fine from Dave though, can't be too disheartened. We have just ended up running into it. And if he gets out of this one,
we'll be here till Thursday. Wow. Wow, any flops about for Dave Green?
That is what you want to see. We've now got 9 outs to get there, Tower. Direct outs versus the aces.
Days. Let's have half the deck, baby.
Any 10, any 5, any club. How has he got this many outs? Can he find it? Not on the brick river.
What a good effort.
At least he had a huge sweat. Well done to Dave Green. Really good performance from him. 7th for £23,930. 6 remain.
There we go. Now Trig is the short stack on 8 bigs.
How are we doing, Tia? Already bought in for the CAF Cup. I'm sure they said it was capped at 500.
No, the room's only got 20 tables. Definitely not 500. We don't have any room in the country that would have a cap at 500 apart from Goliath's Hall, and we have to rent that. Definitely 20 tier, definitely 200 is capped at.
I might advance. I might go to advance.
I don't know who told you, Jane, but you can. I can definitely tell you it's 200, not 5. I don't know who told you 500, but it certainly ain't 5.
Players all in.
Players all in on the button. Michael has folded. Trig's in with 7A and a call from the chip leader, Mr. Lucas, who's got King 10 off. Trig is in.
Yeah, good to see we've got live cards. Look at the equity we've still got here, Tal. This is almost a flip for
This
Trig.
could be a double bust out. Well, not a double bust out, 2 bust out in 2 hands. Trig 7-8 of diamonds.
Diamond in the window.
Doesn't like to see that.
You love the window card and then just the 10, but we do have a 9 to find
Diamond
for a
on
straight.
the turn, please, for the sweat. It's not.
So down to just 4 outs here. Rick Trigg needing a 9 to survive. Otherwise, as Tower said, we've busted 2 in 2 hands.
It's not. Trig shakes the hand of everybody around the table. Well done, Rick. £33,780 for 6th place.
And now this is going to get interesting because we'll pop the prize pool up for you again, guys. And with the stack sizes of Lucas and Chris Young, look at the jumps now. Everyone's locked up 52k, but it's a 26k ladder. 26k ladder. And if you want to have a look at the stack sizes here and what people are working with, Like Majid here just wants to do so much folding tower.
Yeah.
Sitting there, middle of the pack, we've got Man and Michael, 15 and 10 bigs. Like, we've got to just let ourselves get run over by Lucas and Chris. It's what we've got to do. We don't want to be making decisions that make us chips. We don't want to play chippy V. We want to make decisions that are going to make us money. And you see a lot of people go wrong in these situations on final table. They'll make a play that, yes, in terms of chips, it's going to make us chips. But what we want to be doing is making the decisions that are actually going to make us money, if that makes sense. And really interested to see how this is going to go. Like Lucas, when it's folded around to him here in the small, I just expect him to be raising so often tower. Like 5-3 of hearts, just raise it up. Just because Majid is just so handcuffed here. He literally cannot do a thing with how extortionate the ladders are getting now. But he's just going to complete with a 5-3 of hearts and go post and flop a flush draw anyway. Why not?
That's 300k.
Just the lead gets it done with a 5 height.
This is a customer announcement of a white BMW registration.
Just like that to 5.
Yeah, so going to be a 40-minute clock tower, to be fair, when this level finishes. I didn't think we'd get to 5-handed before 10 o'clock, so may shave a few minutes off the actual finish time of this. As Michael just rips it in from under the gun as the short stack with the King 10. And Chris is going to be having to call this off here, tower. A7 of hearts, gun shove, 10 big blinds, 5-handed. There's the call. Are we going to lose another one? Surely not. 3 in 4 hands.
Chris Young, 56% equity to win the hand. Michael Brown needs to hit to survive.
To the flop we go.
There we go. King of Hearts from Michael.
There's a 7, so it does pick up an additional 2 outs to bust Michael here, Chris.
We have an ace or a 7 on the river, we lose one. And it's not
6 of spades.
a double up for the shorty.
Yeah, so Michael back to 3.7. So now Michael is in that remit that we just spoke about, Madge. Michael now sitting there with 20, what's he got, 24 bigs around there, 23 bigs. And you got Man sitting there, tower, with 15, I believe. So both Madge and Michael now both got to be aware of that. Like if we just wait for Man to bust, we make ourselves £26,000, which is an insane amount of money for a ladder 5th to 4th in a 1500. Dan Peacock told you midnight, Jake. I'll tell you what, Dan, yeah. Hopefully, but this is still so deep. Obviously, we got the three stacks, 20 bigs and 15. But you've got heaps and heaps for both Chris and Lucas. And Lucas just wakes up with Ace King.
Raise to 325.
Majid with 10s. Oh wow. Oh wow, oh wow. And now this is... I'm not sure what Madge is meant to do here when Lucas jams tower.
8-15.
I'm not sure if we're free bet folding this hand, but like I just said, immense amount of pressure on Madge sitting 3 of 5 here, and Lucas has just got the easiest 4-bet send.
All in.
And now Madge is just in a really gross spot with a 10. So this is the thing that we need to think about before free betting this Madge. We need to come up with our decision, and what are we doing if Lucas sets us in? Are we calling? Are we folding? Because if we make the decision to fold here, Tower, then we have to just play flat on the button. Rather than going for the free bet fold, it's going to be so much better to flat 1 in every 8.5 times when we flop a set, and then potentially go with it. But Madge now in the blender with the 10s.
What do you do with the 10s in this situation, ladies and gentlemen?
I don't think we should free bet Tower personally.
No.
I don't think we're meant to free bet, but this is some insane pay jumps, biggest we've ever seen on our live stream. Now Madge with the 10s, is he gonna put it in?
What does he do?
The thing is, I wouldn't free bet in the first place. I wouldn't
No.
be in this spot, so probably just going to fold. I think now we get hit. I think we have to fold now that we get here. It's one of those situations that I spoke about. Like, yes, in terms of chips, it's going to make us chips calling here, but in terms of money, it's all about the money now, guys. We want to make the decisions that are going to make us the most money, and Lucas shows him the ace king, and Madge gets out of the way, and Madge down to 22 bigs now.
Yeah, still typing your wins, typing your registration.
Bit of a misstep from Madge. Not majestic right there.
I don't even know what we do with jacks there, Tower. Literally, these are the most toughest spots in Hold'em. Like MTTs, Hold'em, when you're deep in a field with 1,000 runners, like, they're just so complex, these spots, how everything changes because of the ICM.
Raise the 320.
Chris Young raises to 320. A man with the Cowboys.
Will he play flat from the big blind, or is he just going to go for the free bet? The thing is here, Tower, like, if we are going to free bet here as man, we just got a free bet rip, because we're free betting off of sub 15 bigs here versus the button open, and like, are we ever going to have bluffs here? Probably not. So when we do free bet not all in, it's very clear that we're just going to have top end of our range. Like, I don't think man's going to go for like a 2.8x free bet out of position as a bluff there ever off of a 15 big blind stack or 14 big blind stack. So I think if we are going to just choose to go with it, we've got to go free bet all in. Obviously flat might be in there as well, but maybe at this stage we just want to be flat in the aces.
Lines 80,000, 160,000.
Just going to open rip on the button. Or not open rip, putting in about 2/3 of his stack, it looks like. And just going to get that one through. Yeah, someone makes a good point in the chat. Can't really free bet, should be a jam or call. Pre versus the open, talking about the match hand. Like, if we are going to free bet them spots, Tower, like, I don't think 10s is going to be a free bet there. We'll have our aces and kings, I think. And then we'll have maybe the ace-5 suited as our bluff, just to balance it out. But yeah, I think the jam with the tens, if we are going to opt to free bet, just free bet all in with the tens as match versus Lucas. But then would have been a huge flip, because Lucas obviously would have called.
Butch says you definitely need to get the cameras to Leicester next week at the 25-25 because he's satellited in for 35 quid. Good luck, Butch. Good luck. So I'm just trying to see a flop. Man said I'm having none of that.
Yeah, that's interesting there from Madge. I guess he just thought Lucas is never going to play traps, maybe, because he's meant to be raising a lot of hands and just going to take the ace and go with it. Could you just get the stacks up for me again, quick, Tower?
Certainly will,
So
young
obviously,
man.
Man won a little pot, didn't he? Yeah, so now it's getting a lot closer at the bottom between Michael, Madge and Man. Between these three, very similar stack sizes. Michael here with the tens off of 23 big blinds. They go for the open. Yeah, he says Lucas is winning this, reckon. Top player, spot on with his decisions and everything.
He's played very well.
And the ace-8 off here. Chris Young in the big. Five-handed, do expect to see a defend from him. Facing this min click from Michael.
Off to the flop. 9-3-2. Decent flop for Michael.
Yeah, and the thing is, a very similar board to one of the first hands we saw in the FT, where Chris went for the check raise on 8-4-3, 2 diamonds with Jack 7 off, Jack of diamonds against Michael, and Michael just snapped past queens. And I wonder if Chris, I know we can see his actual hand here, he's just going to be check folding, but let's say Chris did go for a check raise here. I don't think Michael would then be folding the tens because it's a completely different scenario to what it was at the start of the FT. And obviously all these players should be getting fed information. If they're not, they're going to be a dog versus everyone else, because I can tell you everyone's on their phones after each hand. They're obviously got friends watching on the 30-minute delay and the hands coming through 30 minutes later. What did he have here? What did he have here? Like, everyone has that chance to find out what people have been playing, and if someone's doing it, you've got to be doing it as well.
We're on 5 in the first ever UK Poker Open.
Jay, you said 10-10 is a fold, but man busting next is not guaranteed, so should Majid not call after 3 betting to try and win the tournament? Yes, risking partly gaining a 26k pay jump. But the thing is, Majid's only going to go from 3.3 million to 6.6 million. That double up would still only put him third in chips, and he's still, in terms of probability, going to be the third favourite to win it, because Lucas obviously was chip leader and Chris Young. So I think I don't think we can ever think like that regarding get the double, because it's a bit different going from, say, for example, 4th in chips to the chip leader, but going from 4th in chips to 3rd in chips, like, it doesn't actually change our probability of winning the tournament too much. It obviously changes it a bit, but I understand what you're saying. Should we not go for the win as Majid? But the times that we fold and potentially man busts, and then could even Michael bust, we make a lot of money in ladders. I know you're saying man's not always going to bust, he could double and then it's a different story. But all this comes down to is we're not making decisions to make chips on an FT. We're making decisions to make money. And that's all it comes down to. And
Check. Check. Check.
jack of diamonds on the river. So the ace-5 high for man going to be best here if this does
Check.
end up getting to showdown.
Check. Showdown.
It's gone check, and man going to take it with the ace-5. Oh, then Bazza, hi lad, surely this will be a yearly event now. I'm not sure, it might be. Obviously it's been an unbelievable success, but whether we're going to see it year in, year out, I'm not sure yet. Only the bosses at the top will know that. Does the available outs account for burn cards? The equity does. The equity does factor in removal. So if, for example, 3 players fold and it's blind on blind, and there's all them 3 players have folded a deuce and someone's got ace deuce against ace king blind on blind, it will account for that. They'd be drawing really thin. They'd have like 10% equity rather than the 30% they should have. So if the equities seem like they're off to you, all that is the equities you see are accounting for the dead cards that the RFID system picks up. And man just giving Lucas a walk.
Easy enough.
Do you think they would take phones off features like the EPT do? We've in the GUKPTs, it's always been the same. Players have always been allowed their phones, been allowed to get information. We're on a secure delay, so no way they could get any real-time assistance.
Raised to 325.
So I've been watching at home
I have been.
and decided I need to be in Coventry. The man that made it all happen, Mr. Jim McShane. And I know we're concentrating on the final, and we're only having a quick chat with Jim. But I don't know if you spoke to the people upstairs or anything like that.
The powers that be.
Surely they've got to be really happy these 10 days in Coventry.
Well, that's the thing about it all. It's okay for me to come up with these ideas. Yeah, we're going to do this. Yeah, we're going to do that. But without the backing of the powers that be, nothing can go through. And you know, they've stood by us. They've seen what we've done coming out of COVID.
Yeah.
The results of not just the whole NPL, so GUKPT and 25, 50s and deep stacks. And you know, they backed us. You know, Grosvenor, the biggest ever guarantee was 200k. And to jump from 200k to $1 million, it was a leap of faith.
Absolutely.
And the players have come out, and the players have supported it, and the players have said, "Yep, this is what we want to be playing. These are the events that we want."
Yeah.
So you know, we put it out there, and as you can see from the numbers, it's been
Amazing. Even the side of it, the cup, right, 431 buy-ins today, and there was probably uniques in that as well.
yeah.
And honestly, the side events have been amazing. And I think everybody from top to bottom has just worked their arses off, I must admit. The floor have been incredible. The valets have been superb. All the players have really accommodated everything.
Yeah, the team here in Coventry, it's a unique venue.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I mean, I say it in jest, but I'm telling people that Coventry now is the epicentre of UK poker. It's there for everybody. It's got a venue, even just to have the hotels, the car parking, every part of the infrastructure here at Coventry is perfect for what it is that we need to do.
It's been great for the first one. Can I ask if there's already talks of next year, or do you have to go back? Do you have to wait until you've washed up and then have meetings?
No, there's always talk. Everything's on the, you know, you can't just wait and see what happens and then have something work or not work and then roll with it. It's always it's a moving floor. Things are always changing. Plans are always in place, but there always has to be a plan. So the main crux of how we work is once Goliath's finished, we'll solidify 2024 schedule, but 2024 and 2025 have draft plans in place. And then as things work and don't work, we're always going to be moving around to see what goes ahead and what, you know. There's even talk of another big tier 1 festival coming as part of the schedule. So
Great.
yeah, it's pretty huge. You know, and not only that, we've got other news that's that we'll probably release at Blackpool, because it's Blackpool.
Yes, Blackpool in
centric.
2.5 weeks time.
So there's
Another Cav Cup.
some big
2
news
weeks
coming
is
out,
yesterday.
and we'll see how that looks. But yeah, so let's say that UK Open 2 is a 99.9% definite. But again, it's looking at the diary, looking at the weeks, looking at the calendar. So everyone kind of knows, like the Irish Open sits Easter weekend, so we want to kind of solidify a week. But obviously, who knows with football fixtures? So for all we know, Coventry could get 2 games at home during this week next year, plus a cup game, plus something else, and you know it's still doable around the football. We had 1 game on during this event, but it does make life a lot tougher. So if we can find an open week in the diary, it's I mean the Arctic Monkeys are playing here soon.
Are they?
And Harry Styles is here, so there's stuff constantly going on at the arena. So it's
But, how is the cup going? They are down to the. I think they're down there. Are they down? Oh no, it's on there. UK Open to the Butchers. It's finished.
Yep.
How has that happened?
They put Dominica on, 3 hands, all in, knocked out, all in, knocked out, all in, finished.
It's finished.
Yep.
Zhu Hang has won it with no chops, 57,000. JV is a GDPR second. Tom Williams third. Tom Aravara, the one to watch from the tower from January this year, finishing in 4th. Ronnie Tal, Justin Devonport, Jamie Howells, Shap Rahman, and Joseph Phillips making the final. Wow, I've just been like stunned.
Yep.
That it's finished.
Yep. Dominica she went on to do it and she just.
Yep. Just quickly move back to the FT because Majid's all in for his 2.9 with the blinds at 160,000. Lucas as chip leader with the 8s, initially raising it up and folding the 8s, as they say, majestic. So well done to the team, well done to you
Yeah.
for having the foresight, well done to them upstairs for having a bit of faith in you. The team have performed absolutely amazing. They've nicked all my cream eggs, can't believe it. They've all gone. Roy Cyphers came in with 10 cream eggs, there's 1 left. I've not even had one.
But who's gonna it's
Just gone.
not Rolos.
Have you not had one either? I can't believe it. What's happening to this team? Honestly, it's been such a great event. So well done to everybody. I know we're not finished yet, and we could be set for a long slog because these 5 are battling it out. But
they do deserve this to go on as long as they need it to.
Absolutely.
There's no rush on it. It's still really, really deep.
Yep.
It'll play out as it needs to. I mean, the format of a whole event with having 1,086 players, it's worked been pretty deep the whole way through. Yeah. Finishing at whatever point it does at the end of tonight, you don't know if we're just going to get 750 runners or it was going to get what it did. So it has to play out to both formats, which it's done excellently.
Yeah. No, it's been fantastic. So well done. And on a final note, you're a Liverpool fan.
I don't know why that's relevant.
Just been a seventh heaven day for you.
Well, as long as Jay doesn't leave West Brom and start supporting Liverpool, I think I'll be alright. if he decides to leave West Brom and move over to Liverpool, then I'm in real trouble.
Yeah. No.
Even money for top 4 they are now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Tottenham play Newcastle in a couple of weeks.
Ah, there you go. Well, the head of poker put his neck on the line. They had chats. They said, we're going to sign off $1 million for Coventry, and everybody went, are you mad?
Yeah.
And everybody turned out. So well done you, well done the team. I know we're not finished yet, but it's nice to have you in the building, back again.
Come and see how it finishes off.
Yeah, and the next time we're in Coventry, it will be Goliath. So we'll see how that goes. 'Cause
It's only 5 months
fun.
away.
That should be fun.
Yeah, big this year. So
Brilliant.
you tell me, we need 12,068 entries at Goliath to beat the UK Open prize pool.
Do we really?
I got told that yesterday about an hour after it finished. Yeah, so that's the new target, 12,068.
Okay. We'll
Gotta be
see
done.
everybody and the dog at Goliath. See if we can beat that then.
That's the plan.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Cheers, Tara.
Fantastic effort from all the team involved from top to bottom. And just brilliant for Jim to have a chat with us. He put his neck on the line. When we came out of COVID, he said, we're having the full season. Can we have tournaments back in Readings, please, says Big Jimmy.
The satellite's on right now for the 25.
There you go. Satellites running for the upcoming 25-25. There we go. Really good efforts. Lucas 14 mil, Chris Young on 7 mil, Man Mock on 4.5, Majid Nadeem on 4, and Michael Brown just underneath. Goliath is the 27th of July until the 6th of August. So we crack on. Lucas. Amazes me there's nothing in Brighton. Brighton's card room is nowhere near big enough for any tournaments we want to run anymore. The listed building we can't do anything with, unfortunately. It's a fantastic place. I love going to Brighton, I must admit. Absolutely love the legs in Brighton. But unfortunately, the card room just ain't big enough. And even the building's not big enough anymore.
Yeah, we spoke about Mr. Hardcastle earlier, Charlie. 6 of 16 in the WPT at the Gold Coast. Over 200k up top in that one.
Where did Danny Laidlaw finish?
Dan Laidlaw finished in 12th for 11,960.
Attention please, record please, the bathrooms until next week together.
Can't want to utilise the Amex in Brighton and hold something there. It'd all be down to cost. Everything will be down to cost and availability for having anything like that in an out exterior building like the Amex. Be a great idea though.
Yeah, Lucas opening here on the button with the Jack 10. And Chris, King 3 suited. Going to be defending. Oh, Chris has done some chips in 10 minutes. Jim was in tower, I see. About 8 million, about 10-15 minutes ago.
Flop time 7-8-3.
Just really nice C-bet candidate here with the 2 overs and the gut shot to the nuts for Lucas.
Can't believe they're right. Can't believe the red's not out for Madge yet. Sparky. Ordering one. Bring the bar up.
Yeah, just going to call here Chris with King 3 of spades with the backdoor flush draw as well. Let's start with the check call. And does pick up the second nut flush draw now to go with our bottom pair. Might be one that Lucas is going to take a freebie on as well, Tower. This 5 of spades should be connecting with Chris a lot of the time once he check calls flop defending out the big blind. 6-9 gets there, all the 5-6, the up and downs, all now turn either a straight or a pair to go with their straight draw. Wow, look at this. Chris is going to go for the lead here on the turn. Lead him for third, goes for 5-2-5. And 4-1 in the call here. 2 overcards, gut shot to the nuts for Lucas. Not going anywhere with position. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I love to see this river. Ace of clubs. So Chris gonna have to play check now with this King 3 of spades. And then over to Lucas, who might be going after it on this particular river card. However, what I will say is, what ace-x do we get to the river with Lucas after calling the turn lead? Are we really calling the turn lead with some ace-king, ace-queen? This type of stuff? This is what the only thing about this spot. But the thing is, we're just sat here with Jack high, and looks like Chris is just always going to have a 1 pair holding once he checks it over. So see if Lucas goes for it here, but he is going to give up. I don't mind the check here at all, Tower, simply because like it's hard for us actually to get to the river with an ace-x hand once we call that turn lead for third. Like, we shouldn't really be calling our ace-king, ace-queen, all this stuff. Basically needs to be like an ace-6 suited that's turning up and down, maybe ace-x of spades, so not really many plausible ace-x holdings for us there, and Lucas has probably figured that out himself, thinking that an 8 or even a 7 is going to hero us in that spot. I don't mind the check back there.
Oh. So man with the Queen 6.
Yeah, I think like 9s through kings, and then like some king 8 suited, queen 8 suited might be some really nice like small bets on the river for value in that spot, just because I don't see how Chris is meant to show up with an ace in that spot unless he's rivered aces up with ace 8, ace 7 or ace 3. So yeah, I think that we can have some viable candidates with the better 8x there, Tom. Don't think we're ever going to go large though. I think it's always going to be a small sizing choice. But blind on blind here between Chris and Michael. Chris completing and Michael just going to take a free one at the 9-7. A bit of action, Tower. We've got middle pair versus double gut shot.
10-7-4 rainbow.
Chris going to be leading with his double gutter. on the 10-7-4. Any 5 on 9 making him a straight. And Michael got an easy call here with position with some middle pair and some backdoor straight possibilities. Yeah, we'll put the payouts after this hand, guys. It's 52k for 5th. We'll throw the payouts up for you lot after this hand is finished. Now Chris, I think double barrel more than viable here. Just because Michael is under a lot of pressure. We've got him covered. And really put his 4x, his 7x, this type of stuff in a really tough spot here on the turn. And the thing is, if we're Michael here, we call going to be 2 million in the middle, 2.5 million behind, so going to be working with 1.2 SPR going to the river. Like, we've got to start thinking about now if we are going to be making the call here. Like, what rivers are we going to be folding? What rivers are we going to be calling on? Like, it's good to start making these decisions on the turn, so we don't get ourselves in a muddle when we get there on 5th Street. I think once he does that look, I think it's always going to be a fold. I doubt he's going to show that emotion and call, and there we go. There is the fold. Well played, Chris Young. Just the big stack pressure. Covering Michael, and gets Michael off the best hand. We'll play from Chris.
19 bigs, the short stack. And there we go. And the last 5 prizes there is.
Cheers, Rat. Thanks very much, mate.
Yeah, great words for Jay. These live streams, the top draw, Jay especially, I've improved my game so much by watching, and the results are coming in. That's the nicest thing.
Yeah, it's nice. And that's the thing,
you listen, you put it into practice, and you get some results. Can't get much better than that.
And that's the thing, Tal, you get a lot of people that watch the stream that play poker. And there's a few that come up to me like, I love the live stream and stuff, I watch it all the time, I love the comms, the analysis. And then I'll be playing with them in a side event and they'll do something and I'm like, no, I'd never say that. And it's like, it's one thing actually listening to it, but the other thing actually getting to their table and applying it. Absolutely. And actually understanding why you're applying it. You don't want to just see people who you know are good do stuff and just try and replicate it, because that's not going to work. You've got to go away, understand why they're doing what they're doing, the logic behind it, and then when you get in similar spots you can start applying it yourself. And I think that's a big thing. It's one thing watching the streams and trying to take stuff away, but the other thing is actually applying it at the table. And when you do get past that barrier and you feel like your game is changing and getting better, you will over time see results. Tournament poker, especially live MTTs, huge variance in them. Takes a long time to realise expectation. It's not like online, you can't play 20 tournaments a day live. You're basically sometimes playing 1 over 3 days, so because of that it can take a very long time to realise expectation. But if you do keep working, keep doing the right things, eventually, whether it be next week or in 5 years time, that day will come.
Johnny Scott says that's not me on the reel. I actually did think that as well.
Oh, there's Sang the win. I do not believe it, Lips, for 1 minute. I need to see a bet slip. I'm not having it.
Not a chance.
He said my mate had £5 on 7-0 today.
It'd have been 1,000 to 1.
There's no chance. I need to see a bet slip. Not having it. Cool.
It would have been 1,000 to 1. 7-0 today. There was £6 matched on Betfair at 1,000 to 1. There you go.
He'll try and get him to send it over. If he has, wow, what a bet. What an unbelievable bet. First of all, what on earth is he doing? Putting 7-0 on because he's just going to burn the fiver.
Yeah.
9,99999 times out of a million. But fair enough. It did come in that one once in a million.
You had a fiver at 1,000 to 1. Even I can work out what you end up collecting.
There's Chris opening the 8-9 suited, and Majid going to be flatting in the big blind. And he gets a lovely looking flop here. Chris flops himself a flush draw on the 10-4-3, 2 clubs. I expect this one just to be check bet fold. Almost always here, Tower. Like we will have some check backs with some flush draws, but like some good check backs would be like some 10x of clubs and some ace-x of clubs, hands that still can obviously show down the winner when we get there. But the 9 high with backdoor straight possibilities, like Chris's decisions just come out firing here, starts with just south of 300k. So third pot size and choice.
And a fold from Madge. If it's 1,000 to 1, how can it come in 1 in 400 times? What kind of maths teacher are you? What's that all about? Sam says this is his mate Ivan Tony. Yeah, he won't be playing football for a while. Oh, I see. My treble. No. 1 in 6 today, this year. I think mine even be 1 in 5. Next stop, Blackpool. 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks is yesterday, Cav Cup.
Man here, ace queen suited, offered 26. Just shy off. Will be opening. I'm going to go for a limp here with the ace queen of hearts. Going to bring Madge in the small blind with the queen jack off, and Chris with the pocket fours. This is an interesting one for Chris after 2 limps here, Tower, because effective stack size of man 25 bigs, effective stack size of Madge 19 bigs. Like if we had Lucas's stack, I think we'd just play jam here. But the thing is for Chris, like doubling up man here, that's going to put us bottom of the pack. I could still see it, Tower. There he is going to still go for it. He's going to go for the all-in with the fours. And his man limping the ace-queen suited to fold. He's going to make the call. There we go. But I'm not sure about this one. I think if we're 1 of 5 and we've got like the stack Lucas has, 12, 13 million, I think it's going to be fine. But I'm not sure about it off of Chris's actual stack size here with the fours. I could be wrong. It could be fine. But like I say, these final table spots, they're just so complex. And now this is a huge flip again for both players. Man already winning 1 flip today in a big situation. He's going to need another one here to survive.
This time? Some hearts would be nice.
And that is a terrible flop to see.
It certainly is.
For Man, so looking very likely we're going to be down to 4 guys, just the 4 outs for Man here. Well, has picked up an additional 3, so
10.
4 outs turning into 7. Need an ace queen or 10. That is not a spade. And there it is.
Oh, wow, to survive.
Offsuit 10 on the river. Backdoor Broadway for man. And up to 8.4 million. And now Chris.
Wow.
Into the middle of the pack. 3 of 5. This game just never ceases to amaze sometimes. It's
amazing.
A river again for man. 3 huge pots today. Found it on the last card.
Alex says go on the 40 to 1. Well, there were the prices of the players left in, and there he is. Man Mark 40s. 40, I backed the wrong brother. Damn.
Can you not tell the sports bet you meant to back the other one?
Exactly.
Does that not work?
I'll send a message.
I was meant to back the other one.
Michael Brown was second favourite today. Still in. Chris Young, still in. And then down to Lucas. Lucas Kalisis. He was 17s. And where's Majid? It's 28s. So a couple of big prizes. If you had a couple of quid on, good luck with your pick.
Nobody wanted that 10, did they? Nobody wanted that 10. Raise 450. Low.
Yes, for the other players at the table, you're all anti railing man, and you see the flop, you're like, yes, 26k in my back pocket, lovely, and then it just runs out like that. It's a nil game, especially when we're playing for what we're playing for. Never seen a prize pool like it on the GUKPTs. Never seen a first place prize like it, and everyone locked up a huge payday already. But ladders. Just so significant right now.
Imagine having Man to win it and Man United Liverpool 7-0 as a double. Imagine that.
How are we doing the nuts? Yup, the boys, men of leisure. Great streaming, lads.
Thank you very much. The nuts.
No chance. We'd never get a 1,000 runner tournament at the Vic.
No.
Not possible. Not big enough space unless we
the extra day ones obviously would help. And the extra turbos and what have you.
If it's in the summer, the terrace out there is so big now. Could get 5 or 6 tables on the terrace.
Yeah, it's this place, honestly, and I really like the idea that it's all been in the casino. It's not in the hall splitting up the play. I think it's been fantastic. I think all the camaraderie from all the players wandering around all day have been superb. If you're not playing poker, you're off to the bar, you're not wandering about, you don't see anybody for an hour. I think it's worked so well. So hats off to everybody who's involved, because I really do think it's just worked so well having it in the casino. If they expand it and they have it next year, then who knows, it might be in one of the halls, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it all being in the casino.
I don't think so, Span. They might have won a few seats, but
no,
I don't think none. Definitely the giveaway winners.
Don't think there are any on the final table.
Regarding satellites, I'm not sure. Whether people want to disclose that as well, it's up to them, whether they've satellited in or whether they pulled up the 1500.
Phil Baker cashed, who won one of our spin the wheels.
Players all in.
He got a nice cash.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Any satellite qualifiers here? There's somebody on a free roll. Somebody who plays a lot of cash in Birmingham.
Well, there's only one player here I know that plays a lot of cash in Birmingham, Tower.
Who's that then?
It might be Mr. Majid Nadeem.
The Majestic.
Yeah, so was just told Majid won a seat
Raise the 4.
via the Cash League in Birmingham,
Fabulous.
which is good to hear.
Complete free roll.
Pass.
Blinds up. 200k big blind. Chris raising to 400, and man here with the King Jack. Now man knows he can do stuff like this. Now I love this from him. Free bet into a milli versus Chris's open off of his stack size, and I love the sizing he's gone here. He's not gone the normal 3x because of the stack size. Going 2.5x with position seems really good. Very nice there from man. Tower picked a very nice candidate, the King Jack off. Really nice one to go after it against Chris's particular stack size.
Five-handed to the tile. Who wins it? Who takes it down? Andy Mock on the rail. Wonder why. Wonder why.
Raise the 500.
Pops says, I reckon the man in black is going to win the title.
Yeah, next payout 52k. Who's your prediction, lads? Well, Lucas at the moment is obviously favourite. He's been playing really well and he's got the chip lead. So, in terms of probability, he is going to be the most likely to win this. Going to win this more percentage of the time than anyone else from this given situation. But still, anyone's game. It's the thing. One double can just change everything. And Chris here should just be ripping the ace-queen suited, I think, here. Tower now. There we go, in it goes, and man going to have to let the ace-8 off go. So, nice pick up there. Going to make him sweat a bit, but man always knows he's folding. Oh, he's asked for a count. Surely not.
No, not ace-8 off. Not ace-8 off.
Yeah, Povatron, good evening, says, I reckon man in the black top is going to win this. There's man a PLO reg at the Vic. I don't think at the Vic, I know he plays PLO, a lot of PLO man, but I can't recall ever seeing him at the Vic. And Rapinda Betty says, shout out to the food van outside as well. Old Uncle Monty's.
Uncle Monty's.
Yeah, we're not even going to talk about this hand, guys, because this is just never going in.
4,035,000.
Surely not, man. Made Chris sweat a bit.
Yeah, I trust the screen. I just wanted to make sure. It looked a little bit less than stuff. 3 million. 3 million.
Yeah. That's what's going to happen if you do it again as well. It's going to make you count it again.
What was your favourite on the food van, George?
I'm fucking loving that so much.
I know Jay's.
was saying that, I had a little bit of a turn midweek, didn't I? A little bit of a turn. I started getting the one-handed Philly cheesesteak on a bed of
you
chips.
did.
Yeah, I've got a few of them over the weekend, yeah. Might have been, mac and cheese was good. Philly cheesesteak over chips was good.
Raised to 500k.
I used to make my own concoction for breakfast every morning when I go up there. Here you go, here you go. You got your own menu.
The beef rib was unbelievable. It was like a dinosaur bone and it just fell off. It was amazing.
10 seconds. Raised to 1,250,000.
And this is just Lucas going after it with the offsuit ace blocker here. Makes it 1.3 million now. Man sitting 2 of 5. So much pressure on him. He does not want to be getting involved. And this might just be a fold tower. Like, yeah, it's probably like every 1 in 15 times, maybe a little bit less, that Lucas is actually going to show up with the goods, but the times that he does, we just torch it. So I think we just want to fold the ace queen here out of position tower. We're sitting in such a good spot. We've probably got way over 6 figures in equity within the prize pool at this given moment, and good thing that man understands this. And same again, guys, we're not making decisions to make chips right now, we're making decisions to make money, and that's all it comes down to. Yeah, nice from Lucas as well, just recognising this is the player we want to be going after.
I had good cards. Didn't want to tangle. Yeah,
Just tangle, don't worry about it.
yeah, sure.
Get involved, mate. Don't let those shots that's getting you.
And then Charlie Reid, come on Lucas Cullisis, one of the nicest people in poker, give it to him. Charlie. Where's Charlie? I haven't seen Charlie in a long time, Charlie Reid.
No.
Lucas with the ace-8 suited raises to 450 into the big blind off man, and man with a quick defend. I'll tell you what I love about this FT as well, Tower. Although they have technically 30 seconds for every decision, everyone is playing really quick. I do like it when we've got a feature table, final table, when there's just a flow about it and not much tanking going on, and all decisions are made fairly promptly. The decisions that should be made fairly promptly, like what hands we're opening, what hands we're defending. And man with the ace queen, and man really aware, Tower. Like I didn't realise man played a lot of MTTs, but he seems really aware of the situation here, how he does not want to be playing big pots with Lucas, and good to see the flat here from him with the ace queen in the big. And going to check call on the jack 9-7. And look at this for a turn card. Rings in the flush draw, and might be a nice check candidate here for Lucas, Tower. Man obviously going to have a lot more flushes defending out the big blind, should be peeling almost any 2 suited cards, so going to have the advantage in terms of flushes here. And obviously we've also got a gut shot to go with our top pair, but looks like Lucas is going to fire with the ace-8, so going after some value here. What he thinks is value, I'm guessing value to check back river, looks like third. Does opt for third, 650 into 1.9 milli. And man, gonna have to call. Unfortunately, sir, I'm gonna have to call and take a river. We're not loving it, but this is where the spot's going to occur. But it shouldn't really occur, because on most rivers Lucas is just going to have a check behind. The 3 of spades is one of them, so this should just go check check now, Tower, and man's going to take this pot. Like, we're too high up, I think, Lucas. Like, we're not, like, we're essentially bluffing the ace-8 if we choose to bet this river, so it should just be a check, and there is the check. But very well played from both there, I think, and maybe we can check Turner's Lucas, but like the check on the end. But it's really good awareness from Man in seat 5, guys, just understanding the situation at hand here, how against Lucas we really do not want to be playing big pots or getting involved with marginal holdings.
Well done for the coverage this week. It's been great as always. Just got back after busting 9th in the cup. Queens into ace king and ace king. Unlucky. Next leg for us, Blackpool. We'll be singing and dancing at the CAF Cup. Plenty of, we'll be giving away loads of money for charity, and one of the actual prizes for up for grabs is one of the amazing poker tables from Cardroom Direct.
Is the Donkey Derby open? Do you know?
It will be.
Oh, it will be great. I've got some tokens from November still to bring up. Take my prizes. Love the ball games.
You might have a delivery if you play the CAF Cup of one of the tables. It's up for grabs.
Oh, okay.
Usually for about a £5. Andy from Cardroom Direct, one of the tables that he makes up for grabs at the CAF Cup. Running the live stream as always.
Yeah, cheers, Carl Smith. Well done for the coverage this week. It's been great as always. Just got back after busting 9th in the cup. Queens into ace king and ace king GG. God, that's a hard one to take. Queens versus ace king and ace king. Free weight. Usually expect to hold that. Hold that.
And man mock in the house, says Josh. Indeedy, indeedy.
I think Michael's pretty short here, Tower, so Lucas should really be going after Madge a lot, but he's just going to complete. Madge was 17, I might have just made this like 575, 550, something like that. But Madge now going to get to take a free one. Well, Madge actually very similar to Lucas in terms of stack. Just had a quick look. I think Lucas has about 2.8, 2.9. Just lead here with our gut shot 2 over cards, and Madge just has to let go of the 8-3. Nothing we can do here. You can use the £30 ticket you won whenever you want, Lee Richards.
Yep. Do they have a dinner break today? No. Never on a final day unless they request one.
Yep. I had 15 minutes to eat a cream egg earlier, and that is it.
Well, if you want, have you had one?
Oh, that's what I
You've
do.
had two, have you?
That's how we keep the energy
Have
up.
you had 3?
Got no time for dinner today, as there's no dinner break. I have a cream egg every break, and that keeps me going throughout the day.
Yeah. I know the CAV Cup's for a very good cause, but I was wondering what was the prize pool last time it was on and what was first place. Cheers, gents. Pass. This year's a little bit less of a bite. It was 50 plus 50 last time, but now it's 40 plus 40 plus 20, or £60 in total to start with. £20 directly to charity. Grosvenor take the reg fee and put it straight into the charity box, so they don't make anything out of it. 40 plus 40, depends how many people play, depends how many re-entries, or depends how many rebuys or add-ons they have. So if there's 200 players, there might be 15 grand in prize pool, and take it from there.
Hello Johnny, saying hello from the US. I love watching the UK Poker Open while working in my office on Sunday. Cheers Johnny. Yes, Rick Gilby will be my first CAV Cup. Ian Needleman says brilliant commentary. There's a lot of money at stake, so game being played so much differently. Jay explaining the concept of play so well, and Tower also keeping us entertained with chat and interviews. Cheers Ian.
Thanks Ian. Mark Adair's just done to book his train tickets and they're on strike 15th, 16th and 17th. Looks like him driving. Yeah, they're not going to mention on the news anymore, do they? The train drivers on strike. Not being settled. Who wants to go to Vegas, says Josh. Good luck everybody who's playing the Road to Vegas satellites online.
No sugar, yeah?
Come on, Lucas. Bring the trophy home to Lithuania. Lucas Kulisis. Ricky Kebab's going to have to watch this tomorrow. Cheers to the last 10 days. Great coverage again. Thanks, Ricky.
And just an easy all in here for Michael off of 15 bigs from the big blind.
Yep.
Just going to be shoving this in. We love the fact that match is open 2.5x as well. Get an extra little half a big blind than what we should get. And this is just an easy send and easy fold for match.
Nope, folds his ace.
As he should.
When's the next break? Pass.
How are we doing? Domitas Naruskas? I might have said that
Nice
wrong,
one.
but how are we doing? And D. Nicholas, love your work, guys. Watching from New Zealand. Great commentary, awesome to watch.
Oi, oi.
And Ricky Kebab's going to have to finish off watching this tomorrow. Cheers for the last 10 days. Great coverage again. Cheers, Ricky.
Good morning, New Zealand. Train Glock, what bounty will be on Jay's head at the Calf Cup? None. He's going to play it properly. He's going to sing and dance. I'm going to play his favourite tune. He'll be on the chair.
I am 16 to 1 to make the first break. I will be at the bar. I might even get in the booth for Tower.
All in the coal straight away, just like that. And Michael Brown. Threes. Man Mock has got the eights.
Yeah, and the thing about this, Mango's chip leader. If we find the hold here, and we saw a 3 go into the muck, so just the 1 out for Michael to keep the dream alive. Case 3 is needed.
Ace 7 7 is not the flop you want to see.
Yeah, so gonna need a 3 and only a 3. Well, how about an ace to chop Tower? That would be no, ace wouldn't chop. A 7? No, 7 wouldn't chop.
No, just a 3.
No, 7 would chop. 7 would chop. 7 would chop. 10 of hearts. I knew something would chop. It was a 7.
Well done, Michael. What a good effort. Michael Brown finishing in 5th place for £52,070.
Yeah, great run from Michael. Really good to come 5th in this field. It's been a stacked field. It's not even been like a really soft 1500. Day 2 was stacked yesterday, and to get through all of those players down to the final 5, it's some feat. But just like that, we got a new chief leader. Man is leading the pack.
And I've had information regarding the CAF Cup that the 2018 one, it was 5,000 first prize because Nick Slade won it, and he sent me a message. Totally forgot that Nick Slade actually won anything that long.
Come on, Rip Cheeto, it's been a long day. It has been a long 10 days. It has been a very long 10 days. And I corrected myself within half a second.
Yeah, brilliant coverage as always. Looking forward to Goliath for another 10-day stint. Yeah, well done, Mr. Michael Brown. £52,000. What time do we think this will finish? About 2 o'clock. Lines at 100, 200.
Lucas making it 800. I like what Lucas has done here. Like usually in this spot tower, we'd be going like 600k, just shy of 600k. But Lucas just added on an extra big blind because now the situation's changed. He's not chip leader anymore. He recognises that man has him covered, and even with ace king, we're just happy to take the chips pre. But these two at the top of the pack, and then Madge and Chris down at the bottom.
You sound like a really clever guy.
Lucas obviously with the better seat on the direct left of man.
Don't get me involved.
Best wishes from Lithuania. Demantas.
Demantas, thank you very
We've had
much.
Australia, New Zealand, USA and Lithuania say
Oh.
something in about 10 minutes.
Yep. And Demantas is rooting for Lucas. Does Lucas live in the UK? Or has he found out that there's a massive tournament on in Coventry and decided to come over?
Players all in.
Majid says I'm in.
So in man and Lucas's head, because they're so tight tower,
Yeah.
if you look at the payout structure, basically right now, 78k locked up. Like man and Lucas are looking to get at least second place money, so they do not really want to be tangling with each other too much, simply because it is 130k, 137k between fourth and second, and they're both sitting top of the pack, so they're really going to want to try and steer clear really when there's such similar stack sizes now. Like it's a bit different if like man or Lucas has got 15 bigs more than the other, but when they're so close, a lot of play going to revolve around trying to bust Majid and trying to bust Chris.
Sorry, I've been using the screen and it's not popped up, so I have no idea.
Do the can again.
And Majid in the small blind. I think he's just going to be giving Chris a walk here a lot of the time tower. Use a time bank. I think we might just let this one go, Majid, or is he thinking about it? He's going to go aggressive here.
Ace to 700.
Thinks it's 700. So just going after Chris because these two with near identical stacks as well. And neither of them is going to want to bust first, so I guess being the aggressor rather than the call-up. It's a better thing to do here for Majid, but 40 might just take the 4 deuce and bin it. How are we doing, Lips? Jay, have you ever got near a bracelet online or live? Our final table, the Big 50 on GG first year. COVID final table took 14 hours to get to. 235k up top was like 44,000 runners. Jeez. That's something for FT to make, I'll tell you that. Last year, I had a couple of close calls, back to back actually. I played a tournament, I think 1100 odd runners, got 3 tables out, last 20 something, 26, 25th I think I come. And then the very next tournament I played at 1200 runners, and I got 3 tables out again, I think I come 24th in that one. So not close as you, the final table, but we did have a couple of near misses back to back in Vegas last year, but hopefully. The thing is, this day and age, it's so difficult to win a bracelet, especially in Hold'em and PLO, because the fields are massive. Like, it's a bit different in like an 8-game event or a horse event, but in the PLO and Hold'em realm, it's so difficult. It's not like 30 years ago when you're getting 80 odd runners in some events or 200 runners in the big Hold'em events. It's thousands and thousands of people in each field, and it's just so much more difficult to win a bracelet in this day and age than what it was 20, 25 years ago.
Should have asked me the question. Have I got near to a bracelet? I've wore one.
Oh, you've wore one? Oh, was that Rob Cowans?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wore a bracelet. Rob Cowans. Told him I couldn't get it off.
Cheers, Morris. Great stuff as usual, guys. Can't wait till Blackpool days because me and the wife will be on the cruise for most of the dates. So he gets to watch the live stream while he's away with the missus on a cruise.
Awesome.
Sure, she'll love that. Easy jam for man here. should be an easy jam for 15. Well, gonna go for the raise call, I guess then. The thing about this tower, like Chris, when he has like a, I know he's going to fold this hand, but like a 10-9 suited, an 8-9 suited, 7-8 suited, this type of stuff, the suited connectors, middling, like he's probably going to peel now as the short stack, and then our ace queen only going to have just over 60% equity versus these suited connectors, and still a heap of equity to fade from man's perspective. So I think it's just better to just move in and flush all these hands out that will still have decent equity versus our particular hand. But like if we do want some raises, I just think we want the nutted hands, the aces, the kings and queens, and then we balance this out with some of our trash. You want to be really, really polar in these spots off a really short stack size effective of 13 bigs. But either way, would have got the same result. Chris wouldn't have been calling.
Lines 100, 200.
Raise to 500.
No, there won't be anything from the bar tonight, I don't think, by the time this is finished. And by the time we take all the kit down, it's going to be like 5 in the morning.
Yeah, be probably back home about 7, 8 in the morning, something like that. Very long 10 days for us, especially without like a break in between. 10 days on the trot is a really long slog. You really feel it. Like if you have a day off in between, day to recharge, get the energy back. But when it's constant, wake up, comms, finish, bar, sleep, wake up, comms, finish, bar, it does become a vicious cycle, and you do feel it right at the end. Any updates on the seniors or the turbo? I saw that Andy Hills, Phil Tate and Aryan Hassan Kashani were all on the turbo FT span.
Very nice. Good luck to them.
Not sure about the seniors.
The next two answers are no. Lip says, the Grove not have anything abroad? No. And Chris on Facebook says, does Jay do any coaching? And the answer is no.
No coaching.
Now you Robbie.
Yeah, nice shot from Lucas here. Realises that Madge off 19. Got 5 big blinds more than Chris, so going to have to call off tighter there in the blind on blind situation. A lot of pressure on him. How are you doing, Robbie? Good game, guys. Great week. Insane turnout for the main. Cheers, Robbie.
Absolutely, sure was, Robbie. Good to see you as always this week. Great run as well, Robbie. More run for another cash. Is Katie playing the road to Vegas? That's the question. Are you playing it, Katie? Yes, the cup has finished. It has indeed.
It's almost elder abuse, keeping the seniors up past 10:30 PM. You can't say that. They do get an hour nap break actually during the. They don't get the hour dinner break. They get the hour nap break at about 6 PM.
Yep. Oh, Katie's not allowed to play it. Not even enter it. Oh, okay. I suppose as one of the hosts, when you get over to Vegas, then you're already there. Yeah. You're all going anyway. Lucky you lot. That's what we say.
Yeah, I'm only in Brum, Eddie, so it's only like 30 minutes back for me, so I think I might just be straight home. Prefer to wake up in my own bed than wake up with someone knocking on the door going, hey, you gotta check out, it's 12 PM. Want a nice lie-in tomorrow, so you might just head straight home tonight rather than waking up early tomorrow. So Lucas with a Jack 9 raises to 500. You're going to have to get out of the way. Oh man, not going to be able to defend the 5 deuce off, unfortunately. Cheers, Death Bloke. I hate how good a job both of you do. I never get a good night's sleep on a Sunday anymore because I'm watching this. But it's good we keep you tuned in. Glad you enjoy the coverage. But this has still got at least 3 hours left of it, I reckon. Maybe a little bit less because we're on the 40-minute clock now, but I think this is still going to be a lengthy four-handed to champion.
Sunglasses out, man. Oh, shit.
Yeah, they can do deals if they want lips. If someone asks if they want to do a deal and everyone agrees, they can look at numbers. However, there must be 10% left to play for if they want to continue playing. If they just want to chop it there and then, they don't have to continue playing. But if they want to continue playing, they will have to leave 10% to play for. This is actually live, Kieran Liddell. Hello. We are here in Coventry. This is day 10 of tenner streaming. We're nearly there. And this is the final day of the main event. £1 million guarantee, 335k up top. They've all got 70+k locked. And the final four: Majid Nadeem, Lucas Mann, and Christian. Does it break after this one, Tower? It's 2 levels, isn't it?
No, I don't think it is.
3 levels, right?
Yeah, 340 minutes.
First level was an hour, wasn't it? So we come back to 7. So that will be an hour and 40 minutes in the booth. So it'll be 2 hours, 20 minutes. So I just have to wait an extra 20 minutes, Mick Remake, to keep the sugar levels up.
Never got one.
Well, would you look at this? Here we go. Could see some fireworks here.
Yes. 2 pair, flush draw.
Yeah, top and bottom for Mann. And Majid with his flush draw moves all in. Mann's going to snap it off with the 2 pair. And we could be down to 3-handed. Madge at risk. Gonna need a club to survive. And they are all live. Obviously the 6 of clubs not working, but the 8 that are all live in the deck. Mann out in front at the moment, and going to be half the chips in play going Mann's way if we can hold.
There it is.
Instant service
There it is.
for the Majestic on the turn. No waiting around for him. Still fading queens and 6s.
And does.
King of diamonds on the river. So Madge up to 7.4 million and Mann back down sub 10. 9.9.
And played itself in 3,050,000.
Chris was hating that. Yeah, of course he was.
Yeah. this stage of the game, you all want it to go. Yeah, out we go.
Sunglasses does work, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's the prize ticker at the bottom. 335k up top, 215k for second, 130k for third, and 78k, which they've all got locked up for fourth place.
So blinds are now 100, 250,000 after this hand.
And 7 8 of clubs here for Lucas. Will be opening on the button. Majid. The thing is now, Majid's doubled up, but he's actually under more pressure now, not to really be getting involved now that we've got Chris Young, runaway short stack with 10 big blinds here. So Lucas opening the button with the 8-7 suited, and Chris here with an ace and 10 bigs in the big. And just going to move him. I don't mind this tower. I think this is fine because we're such a short stack now. Like Majid's second in chips with 7.5 milli. Even if we get a double, we're still going to be short stack. So when we are runaway short stack here, and Lucas is going to be opening a whole host on the button, just taking this ace blocker and go with it, I can definitely get behind this from Chris Young. As Lucas thinking about calling it off, he's just going to let it go.
60 bigs for Lucas, 17 bigs as short stack for Chris Young.
I think it seems fine, Hanek. I just think when we're such a short stack now after Majid's just doubled, like a double up doesn't even get us to third in chips, it still puts us bottom of the pack. So I think the ace-5 jam there going to be perfectly fine. Like our probability of busting fourth before that hand, like with the stack sizes, is actually going to be really high. So I think it's fine to take that spot with the ace block up versus Lucas. But like I say, all these spots, unless you actually plug them, they're so hard to know exactly what you're supposed to do off the top of your head. But just trying to think about them logically, I think it looks good, seems okay. Could be wrong, could be right.
Great song that. I could be wrong, I could be right. You can name the band.
ABBA.
If you could name the band, I'd probably buy you into the main event.
Coldplay.
No, you'd never get it ever. You sat here till next main event, you'd never get it. Public Image Limited.
I was actually going to say that next tower. That was my next guess. That was my next guess.
Who was the lead singer?
Britney Spears.
John Lydon.
I never would have got that. I've never heard of John Lydon.
Who was John Lydon?
All right.
Off?
Keep showing off your music.
But you might have heard of these.
I know what you're doing.
No, you might have heard of these.
Everyone knows you know your
might
stuff.
Have heard of these. Who was John Lydon lead singer before? The Sex Pistols.
Oh, I've heard of them.
Yes.
I've heard of them.
Yes. He's heard of the Sex Pistols, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
I don't think so, Mel. I don't think so, because then if he doubles, he's about 20 bigs again. Like, we're going to find better spots to bust him. Like 7, 8 of clubs, I just think it's way too low down. Like if it was like Queen Jack suited, yes. 10 Jack suited, yes. I just think the 8-7 suited might be a bit too low down for Lucas there.
Yes, it's definitely a question for the seniors event, especially as the Sex Pistols broke up in 1979. Bill Grundy. Oh.
So going to be on break. I think players should be going on break 5 minutes live, so should be going on break about 30 minutes.
Paul cares. He still thinks he's not being scammed. He still thinks you're not being scammed. You already got 3 of them. That's good.
Mr. Ian Needleman, what was the second song? I remember this is not a love song, and that's about it from PIO. 100, 250,000, 4 left in the Poker Open. No deals done, Yamo. 0 deals done. Four players left. What's that?
Players going on break live in 4 minutes, so we're going to be on break in just over half hour. That would have been a 2 hour and 20 minute session, played 1 hour level, 2 40-minute levels.
Razor Kev is off to bed. Thanks again for a fabulous week. Hopefully see you at an event soon. Fingers crossed, Kev. Well done for winning one of our giveaways for a seat here.
Ryan Trinidad, why don't you play many tourneys? Knowledge is bang on. You would clean up. No, I don't really play much Hold'em, many MTTs. Like I say, I'll play
cash, don't you?
I just play cash. I like my PLO cash. I play some DC here and there, but I just love my cash, to be honest with you. I'll go Vegas this year, just play the main, play a few others. Well, basically play every day a tournament. That will be like my break in the year when I go and play the tournaments. I'll travel up early to an event before comms, and I'll flick in like the 200 side, have a few pints, bit of a laugh with the players, and that's about it. But I'm just playing cash pretty much every day of my life. I'm not commentating. Always say Hold'em's my worst game, and MTTs I don't really put any work in on nowadays. Haven't really put much study in over the last years in Hold'em. MTTs, get a lot of my information from talking to people that are better than me and getting ideas and stuff like this. Just watch a lot of poker as well, watch a lot of stuff online.
I'm sorry, we said Needleman, not Roberts. Ian Roberts asked me what the second song was from PIL. It was called Disco Death, apparently. Most disappointed when I ordered it. There you go. This is not a love song. Oh, I might stick that on car when I get up on the way home tomorrow. This is not a love song. 4 players left in the Open. Chris Young, Man Mock, Lucas Koulisis, and Majid Nadeem. And Ian Needleman says, I'm off, early start. Watch the rerun tomorrow in the office when you get 5 minutes. All the best. You might need 3 hours, Ian, if you're going now. Yeah, PK's brother was in the main. Mikey Clark was a UKPT winner in Bolton.
Yeah, the man in C8 took all his chips, didn't he, Majid?
Yeah. Yeah, and another member played on the final table in C1, knocked him out.
I think it went as well. I think it went open Mikey Clark. Majid just rattled in 9s for 64 bigs, and Mikey called with aces and just a 9-ball for Majid, and he had like heaps in front of him, and then he's just flown since then. And that's the thing, people, you won't even think about that as Majid, that hand.
No.
Probably wouldn't even think about it, but oh, Mikey's been reminding him. Okay, so I'm sure he was thinking about it then. But it's little things like that in tournaments now that people don't really think about. A big spot on day one where you get it in for a huge pot with just 2 outs, and you find the 2 outer, and then you just start building a stack from there. Lucas firing for 250 here, and man going to be calling with the second pair. And a turning trip jacks. What a sight to see for man. And Lucas is going to be firing. Like, I don't mind a lead here usually on this pair jack, but because of how Lucas is supposed to be playing with the chip lead, like the check from man, just try and pick off some bluffs. Oh, 8 on the river. So man rivering a boat here. And Lucas does actually pick up some showdown in the form of 2 pair, and man goes meaty. 13 into 1.9, so over 2/3 here. And like bluffs are going to be built around the king, queen, the king 10, the queen 10, all this stuff are going to be the bluffs that we have here. As man, when we go this size, I don't think we're going this size with an ace, so I think the value is just going to be Jack X plus. It's a tough one here for Lucas, but might be folding the 7-8. However, I prefer calling with 7-8 than calling with like king 8, queen 8 or 10-8. I think this is a much better call if we are going to hero with an 8. Just want to be unblocking the bluffs of our opponent. It does make the fold good to see. Good fold from Lucas, didn't get sticky. And these two still really close at the top.
Under half an hour till the next break in play. Next leg is Blackpool. 2 weeks time. We'll be there on the 18th. Are you just coming up the 18th? Or are you coming up the day before?
Saturday, yeah, Saturday the 18th, so I'll be up on the 18th.
Awesome.
Got to be up early to get there for 1.
Come Friday night.
I haven't got a hotel booked Friday night.
It's about 30 quid.
Alright, I'll get one booked Friday night. I'll listen to you.
See you Friday.
I know what that is. I'll walk in Blackpool Friday night. Tao will be like, I'm at the bar. Guinness for me, please.
At the bar? I've got no idea what you mean. Blackpool is on its way. 2 weeks time.
Pocket freeze for Chris on the button. Interesting one, this one, Tower. Well, Chris is just going to choose to shove.
Yep, in they go.
It does get through. That's a pretty tough one though, what to do there with freeze. Just going for the shove. Can be okay. We have 17 bigs. I think limp might even be an option as well. Maybe even fold, like maybe all 3 are options there. Chris went with shove and it did work.
Yeah, the Turbo Series I think is still going on. The Cup's finished.
Ten of hearts on the turn. First time we've really seen this tower. Unfortunately, Majid's whole card's not been picking up. I think we had it on one other occasion. But man probably just happy to get to showdown here with his ace high. As I say, that is going to put some pressure on Majid, which is fine. Majid's sitting 3 or 4. Might have just chose to check this one and try and get to showdown with our ace 5.
£335,000 and change. 215,000 and change. 131,000 shy of, and 78.8. 4 phenomenal prizes left.
Ready to put on my pressure. Ready to put on my pressure whenever you raise.
Yeah. You know, I'm good at tracking.
Lucas raising to 500 with the ace-6. Don't know what Majid's thinking about. And he eventually gets out of the way. And Chris Young with ace-10. He's going to raise it up. He says I'm all in. And Lucas, yeah, 6 of hearts with 10 mil. And chip leader has to get out of the way. Bit of pressure from Chris.
If I'm not mistaken, won't the 335 be the largest ever payout for a buy-in this size in the UK?
I think it will be.
It will be?
I think it is.
I can't, there's no way of me confirming that, Timmy, but
Yeah.
Tower thinks it will be.
I think it is.
For the buy-in level, yeah, probably.
I don't think the EPT went over that either. That they've had a couple of ETs, or maybe
No, he's saying,
for the buying
yeah,
size,
for the buy-in
1500.
size.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because obviously we had the World Series Poker Europe 10 years ago in England, but that was a 10k buying. £10,000 buying, and the exchange rate was 1.8 for the dollar. Meant the Americans paid $18,000 to play. Heading towards the next break in play. How long will the break be? 2 minutes? 15?
I can go and find out. I will find out for you, Tower.
I reckon it should be 15. I don't think you need any more than that. The 2, 1 and 2k events of the EPT had a 250k first prize, so yeah. We've had 1 million buying in London. Yeah, we were talking about a similar buying to the one we've had.
Yeah, break is going to be 15, just confirmed.
Okay.
Might have to just pop out 5 minutes before break.
No worries.
No, I just want to order some food because
No worries.
haven't eaten this evening.
I ate cheese and biscuits.
And then I can eat it on the break so I don't miss the stream much.
Yeah. Was the 1 million buying part of the EPT, or was that another event? Was that Triton?
That was Triton. In London. Yeah, break going to be in 20 minutes time. It's going on break at 25 to midnight.
We'll see the clock. We'll see the clock soon, and it'll flick around and tell you exactly how many minutes it is to the break. This is like my house, nothing in it. Yep, 4 battling on. The next blind will be, weirdly, 150 to 150 300 after the break. That's right. And you said it'd finish at 2-4, is that right? You're only 47 minutes away from £1 a minute to be won. Who took the bet, Jay? Who was it that said?
He didn't take it.
No way. Didn't take it.
So Chris with the pocket fours opens the 500k and the G just flattened in the big blind here with the ace 10. There's an ace and a 10. Oh, I thought that was a 4 as well. That would have been ill. That is ace 10 3.
Oh, just imagine that.
Yeah, I know. Imagine how that would have been.
Would have been in.
Just continuing in terms of range. I'm really hoping Madge finds the flat here and doesn't panic with the ace 10. Just love to see the flat here from him. This is a board we need to understand. Chris is going to be betting range on. We can have a lot of hands that he continues drawing very thin in this situation. Just keep our range wide. Just play the flat. No need to start setting off any alarm bells here as Madge. Just want to be called in. Keep some bluffs in. Like, we're obviously blocking Chris from having an ace or a 10 as well, so more likely that he has just whiffed this board. So just want to flat, play the turn, and even use the time bank tower to try and make it look like that he's got a tougher decision. Oh no, Madge!
Madge, don't do it! Oh. Don't raise up and lose your customer. What's the point? No, I thought you were. Oh man,
oh, it's tough. I really like Madge off the table. I like chat with him. He's a really lovely guy. Really good guy.
Somebody get him a red wine, he might calm down a bit.
Yeah, but just goes for the raise here, and going to lose Chris from the pot. Would have loved to see him play flat, but this is the thing. Sometimes when this money's up top, people are less inclined to slow play because they don't want to get outdrawn. But then what you got to understand that Chris is just going to be betting this board. Like, even if he's got like a 8-9 suited or something like that, 8-9 of spades, like, probably going to be betting once, and just keeping all this stuff in that can be drawing so slim in terms of equity is good for us.
Flickering though. Is it going in for? Oh my days. Well, what do we know?
What has just happened, Tower?
What do we know?
Well, let's raise the ace 10. If we're getting called by fours, I guess this can't be bad if we're getting fours to continue here. As Madge. Jack of hearts on the turn. Neither player with a heart here. Wow, how has Chris found the continue here with pocket fours? Really surprised to see it. Now Madge slowing down on this Jack of hearts turn. Has Chris got something in mind, Tower? We're not floating with position to catch a 4. And like if Madge is going to check raise as a bluff here, he's not just going to have a random check raise. I'm sure he'd do it with something at least with equity, like a flush draw or a gut shot, which is still going to have decent equity versus our 4s. And look at this from Chris, so did have some intentions on the turn to call with position. I'm guessing it's the price that he gets on the flop tower. He's getting 550 to win 2. He's getting 5 to 1 on the flop, so maybe just calling with position to try and take this away from Madge on the later street, the times that he checks. And at 9 of clubs on the river. And let's see what Chris has got in mind. 4 milli in the middle. SPR less than 1, and it goes check check, just to give up from Chris, and he sees the ace 10. So fair play to Madge, probably got more value than I would have in that spot, would have certainly just played flat, and then I think it just goes check check. Madge leads river, 4s fold, so I think he got a lot more than I would have there, so fair play, playing it in a fast manner.
Blackman AZ, thanks to the great commentary this week, lads. Unfortunately, you've run out of steam. Looking forward to Blackpool. See you in Blackpool. And good to have you watching, Tom. Another great cash. Well done, sir. Told you we want to watch.
Yeah, you did
The
tell.
man, another great cash in the cup. Well done, sir.
Raise to 500.
The man with the Queen 10 hit raises to 500. And Majid in the small Jack Deuce, going to be getting out of the way. And Chris does the same in the big blind. Yeah, it was a really weird call from Chris on the flop. I actually have no explanation, guys, why we'd ever call 4s there, other than we're getting 5 to 1, and he thought maybe we'll call getting 5 to 1 because then if Madge checks, he's just going to be check folding a lot of time on the turn. That could have been it, but we can find better spots with the 4s. Don't mind the c-bet at all, but once we get raised on a board that is meant to be perceivably better for our range, it just looks so strong from Madge there, and I think very optimistic to be continuing. But Chris will have his reasons. He's down to the final 4 in one of the biggest fields we've ever assembled, and obviously been playing well to get here.
Three Jack. 3 is a flop. 2 pair for man.
And just coming out leading here into Majid. Taking the initiative, goes for the donk on the Jack 3-3. I guess we will have a slight 3x advantage. However, we're not going to be peeling too much offsuit 3x. A lot of the offsuit 3x is going to be going in the bin. We're only really going to have the suited. And Majid just folding to the donk lead.
No. As long as he knows how many you've got in it.
Yeah, that's it. That's right. So as long as the spread that we can. Yeah, you got this.
So break in just over 10 minutes time, guys. Nice 2 hour and 20 minute session to get in, and just a nice quick 15-minute break for the players.
Raise to 500.
Queen 8 of clubs of Chris on the button, raises to 500, and man here with the A6 off. Thing is, Chris's stack size here, sub 15. Going to be hard to continue here as man. I might be thinking about the 3-bet block. Whoa. This is, I haven't really seen man make too many missteps this FT. I think he's been playing fairly solid tower, but this A6 off call here in the small, it's fairly loose, regardless of whether we've got Chris covered or not, because Lucas still has us covered behind. But interested about this one, why he's found the pill here. However, is just going to go check, check, bet, fold. Chris loves to see this, flopping top 2.
9 minutes and counting until the end of this sesh. Now then, Chris Young, 3.2 mil.
That's 600k.
Fingers crossed for a refresh for Tara Harrison. Might just be you. Fingers crossed nobody else has got any interference as we see Chris bet 600k with top 2. Man, he's gonna fold. He is gonna fold. Heading towards the break, 8 minutes to go until the end of this break. How long's break for? 15 minutes at the end of this level. So 9 minutes to go, which takes us to 25-2, and then 15 minutes we'll be back at 10 to 12. We will be back at 23.50.
Man making it 500k.
Gem. Thank you.
You haven't had aces to drink aces.
7 minutes to go until the end of the sesh, and then a 15-minute break.
I'm not moaning, it's like, what did I say, is it after 10 hours or something?
Sorry guys, just had a few people come into the booth.
Lucas used to be a dealer, a poker dealer. Fabulous. A lot of dealers.
Yeah, a lot of dealers go from playing like they see all the hands.
Turn into good players. But it's all about remembering it, all about putting it into practice, and all about applying what you've learnt and remembered. It's fabulous. Oh, you were joking. He's not a dealer. He could have been.
Did Lucas just flat the ace king here? Yes, he did. He must have done. If Chris is in the big blind, I'm surprised to see.
Well, no, because the blinds aren't 500.
Yeah, but we've gone three-way to the flop,
yes,
so he
for
must
flat,
he
yeah.
must have just flatted on the button
in
here.
flat.
Versus man's open, 7 on the turn. Now man going for 1 milli. Now I think Lucas will just fold the ace-king high. Surprised we didn't see a free bet with this one. Like, we can't just flat everything because of ICM. We still need to obviously have some free bets. Like ace-queen, I think I can get behind the flat. I think ace-king, we just want to be putting money in the pot because man's going to have a lot more folds than continues in that particular scenario. Ever played with any professional boxers, lads? I've done a broadcast while they were playing, says Pricey.
Yes.
Yeah, we done Audley Harrison and David Hay done some comms with us 1 year at the Goliath when David Hay was playing it.
One of my favourite videos last year was when I was stood behind Audley Harrison. It was on the rail for David Hay. And I showed me dad. I showed my dad. And he laughed his head off because I was jumping up to Audley Harrison at the end. I won't be able to find it now, but I'll try and stick it in. Oh my days, that was so funny. We'll stick it into the Goliath. Actually, it's one of my favourite videos. Interviewed Evander Holyfield. True story. So yeah, David A. Audley Harrison, Evander Holyfield. Tried dancing with Evander Holyfield on the same night as well. Didn't work. Yes. This will be finished tonight, Big Toe. This will be finished at some point tonight.
We just the power for this ball. We got it out.
Well, we're on a break.
33 and bossing it if we are.
On a break in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. As you can see there, the big clock.
Yeah, Majid continuing with the 8s and don't expect man to go anywhere here with the ace-4. We'll draw overcard. Going to be continuing for sure. Like at this stack depth tower, we're not really going to have any check raises with this hand. We've just got too much check. Oh, well, as I say that, man does go for the check raise, and I'm just not a fan of this because when we've got this overcard and gut shot, we've got decent equity still even against a 10. And then the times that Madge does just elect to go with his hand, I know he's not going to on this occasion. We can see he's got pocket 8s. Like at like a 60 big stack depth, yeah, love it from man. We can definitely check raise this one. But at this particular stack depth of sub 25 bigs, I just think the times that Majid rips, we just don't get to realise that equity. But fair play to man, did go for the check raise and it worked a treat on that occasion. But important to understand how like our bluffs are going to change dependent on stack depth. Like if we are a lot deeper, I think the ace-4 there more than plausible to be check raising. But I think at that stack depth, when if Madge just chooses to free bet shove a 10, we have to fold a hand that's still going to have decent equity within the pot with a gut shot and an overcard.
Yep, we did the 888 with Chris Eubanks last year. Remember that one?
Oh yeah, Chris Eubanks.
We live streamed the free roll that he was in, the sit and go. Remember that? Yeah, tried dancing with Evander Holyfield on the same night. Tried pulling him out of his chair to have a dance, and then nearly pulled my arm out of his socket. And he just said, "I don't dance with guys."
Is that what he said?
True story. True story.
I can imagine that as well. Yeah, I know what Tower's like.
True story. I tried grabbing his hand and pulling him onto the dance floor, and he pulled me back, and I went, "Whoa," like that, and he went, I don't dance with guys. And I thought, okay, that'll do for me, you will do for me.
And we're on break, apparently.
Now, it looks like we're just going to quickly riffle one more, as the dealers are instructed not to do.
Oh. 15 seconds into my break, I've got to eat some food. I'm not eating all day.
Go on, off you go.
No, that's all right. I'll do the hand, that's fine. I need to just get some
The clock
food
is
down
on
me.
0. There you go. Let's riffle as quick as we can to get one more hand. Anybody bust this hand, I would throttle the dealer.
Yeah.
There you go. 25 seconds into the break. Anyway,
No one cares about the commentators tower. Come on, we all know that.
Absolutely not.
No one cares about the comms.
Absolutely not.
First in every day, last out every day. No one thinks about us locked away in the broom cupboard, but there we go. At least it was a quick hand. We're on a 15-minute break, guys. We're going to be back at 10 to 12. I may still be eating my grub, so I might be 5 minutes late, but this man, I'm sure he'll keep you occupied. So we'll see you at 10 to 12 with, hopefully, the conclusion of the final table. See you soon.
See you then.
Yeah. Than Jamie, so in terms of ranges, he's going to have a few more straights here than Jamie, so it may be a card that Ben might start taking off on here, just because of the 10x advantage that we should have in this spot, as Jamie is the 4-better and us as the caller. Surely Jamie just has to play check here for that reason as well, and Ben did have the better lead after firing flop. I'd be surprised if he did lead tower. He's had a little glance at his chips, so he is going to lead.
You see the dark blue chicks? Plaques?
Yep.
The 5k.
They're 5k.
The dark blue plaques are 5k.
So that looks like just under 6.
No, it's not.
Oh,
The
that
500.
one's a 500.
Yeah, there's a different one. So 2600 was the bet. That was a 500.
That's a massive pot here already. I think Ben now going to get away from it. The thing is here, Tara, Jamie checks, Ben might have gone for it.
Oh,
well, he is going to go for it. He is going to go for it. He just knows he's got the 10x advantage. And he is drawing dead to a chop. Ben has gone after it. Jamie snap calls 9 of spades on the river. And we got a 24k pot in a 5-5-10 game. Ben Maraged's going after it. Can't fault the heart, but oh my word. Was not expecting that tower. Just unleashes the 9k rip on the turn with ace king high. Drawing dead to a chop, and all that's down to is the 10x advantage that Ben should have in that spot. But oh my word, that was something else. 24k pot going Jamie Lee's way. Ben bluffing for chunks. That takes some caliber, Tower.
Oh, and he just sat there and he just nonchalantly went.
I know you may be watching, looks like Ben's just dusted off 10, 11k, but not many people can pull the trigger for that amount of money. But Ben was just going on the 10x advantage there. That's all it can be, Tower. Jamie as the 4-bet are going to have less 10x than Ben as the caller of the 4-bet. Jamie scooping by far the biggest pot of the night, and I think that's going to sport him well over a 20k profit now.
Yeah.
What a hand.
£25,000 hand. You've seen it live.
And look at Jamie's stack. That just looks beautiful there, literally. Lovely looking poker stack. More to come, please, stream.
Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
So we've got new players. Is that Tom Hudson there?
No, Kieran coming in.
Bit of a doppelganger there.
He is a little bit. The online manager, Mr. Tom Hudson.
Deborah's called now, and Richard. Which Richard is it? Do we know which Richard it is? Hearts and hearts fighting off again. 3 times. A lot of hearts being dealt out, Tal, but not many on the flop. I did well. He hit the straight flushing hearts, didn't he?
Yeah. Kieran Davey comes to our table. Richard Griffiths in C1.
Richard Griffiths. I don't think I know him. Oh, look, what the
10,
hell?
9, 3,
Tower,
all hearts.
three of them have flopped hearts.
All flopped to
Queen high,
flush.
king high, ace high.
Wow.
This is going to be carnage. Oh my gosh.
There's nearly every out on the board. The jack of
Have you
hearts
seen
is out
this?
for Richard.
This could be a three-way all-in tower if it's played fast by any of them. This is absolutely ridiculous. When Kieran gets all this action, he'll have to check his cards back, see if he's bloody actually got the ace of hearts tower and not the ace of diamonds. So Richard's just called. Oh, Richard's called just with a jack, with a king, with a jack.
Yeah, he's got the redraw to the
Heart.
straight flush, he thinks.
Blow me neck. So what's going to happen now? KK's going to squeeze it up. He's just called as well. Now what's Peter going to do?
Yeah, Kieran's got the notes. I don't mind. I don't mind.
No,
I don't mind
KK
it.
just flattered with his queen eye flush.
Oh yes,
And now
Kieran's
it's on
got the
Peter
nuts.
with the king eye flush. He's gonna raise here. Here we go. So he's gonna raise.
Oh man.
Kieran's gonna probably just flat call, or jam it, or just put it in, thinking he's never gonna get a fold,
Yeah.
which he won't.
Raise to
How the action's
5k
gone.
from Peter.
Kieran's getting a bit. Look at him. He's playing. He's giving it the old Hollywood, isn't he? He's got the stone cold nuts, and he's like, oh, what's going on here? What the blinking hell's going on?
Does he call?
I don't know, Tower.
Or does he think he's up against a set?
I just don't think he's. Well,
He's all in.
Yeah.
He's all in.
Now what's KK going to do with his queen eye? He's going to have to go move all in, surely.
Yeah.
There's hands that Kieran could have aces with the ace of hearts here. Yep.
This would be an amazing fold.
And Peter's
No,
going to be absolutely sick.
Peter, what you done?
Peter's absolutely sick.
Peter raised it up with
he's going to have to put it
5K.
in. And just hope it's a set against the ace with a heart, I guess, or 6-7 of hearts, for example, or 7-8 of hearts. These are hands that are possible as well in Peter's eyes. Doesn't have to be against the nut flush here. This is just the most brutal setup I've ever seen.
They're
And
in.
he's in,
They're in.
and they're both drawing dead, aren't they?
Wow.
This is just dead. They're both dead.
Wow.
They're just dead.
Look
See you later.
at Debs.
It's just ridiculous. They're dead, aren't they? There's no runners, is there?
No runners. Because the jack of hearts has been folded for the queen.
What a life.
Wow.
This is Kieran's first hand, and what a hand.
He's on 60,000. Sits down, one hand, flops the nuts.
Gets action from the
and
second
trebles
nuts
up.
and the third nuts, and trebles up.
Oh my days. So good to see Carl back at the tables, one of the Thanet boys. Ryan Spittle raises to 8. Harry with the pocket 5s. Who's going to make the call? Jess could feasibly come in with the old Jack 8. Yes, she does. Which will bring in the small big blind.
Yeah, Simon not folding this one. Suited king getting this price, closing the action in. It goes 4-way to the flop.
Yep.
Ryan with the betting lead.
Oh, we flop a set.
Yeah, and Ryan's flopped the straight flush draw tower, so this is action time. Ryan with the 8-6 of diamonds on an ace high board. Great flop for us once opening in the cut-off. Not only have we flopped the straight flush draw in terms of range, going to be better for us. And Harry here with his set of 5s, like it. Just going to flatten position. Don't want to set off any alarm bells. If Ryan's got a hand like ace king, ace queen, we've got that drawing dead to runners.
Quadzillas, baby! Quadzilla, baby! Woo woo! Am I getting the chips off Ryan? Woo woo! I look down again. Yep, there are definitely 2 5s here. No, there's 2 5s on the board.
So Ryan
That's
firing
4
again.
5s.
Maybe just trying to fold out some weak ace X, some suited ace X that Harry can have here. as well as that 9x is going to have a hard time calling a double barrel, and obviously Harry flattened in position. Going to try and get the max on the river with a
there's
shove.
one out.
7 of diamonds is straight flush.
Oh, he thought he got a dunny!
No!
What's this dealer done?
Where's the bad beat jackpot in the tournament? No way!
£245,000.
That is incredible. I've never seen this tower on stream. Quads over straight flush. This is a setup of all setups.
Oh!
No
All
way.
in. Harry can't wait to turn him over.
No way. Quads
Oh my
straight
God!
flush.
Look at the table.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! That we'll never see that again.
Ludo says I never take pictures at poker table. I'm taking a picture.
We will never see that again on stream. To get that hand here on stream. Look at the cameras; they're all out.
Oh my God!
Quads over straight flush on stream.
Somebody go and get Jim. Ask him if they have a bad beat jackpot. For
Imagine, imagine that on the
GKPT.
imagine that on the cash table.
Oh,
that is gonna be
wow.
Wow.
Right, that's the end of the stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
We'll see you again tomorrow. Oh my days.
Wow, wow, wow. Just speechless. How does that even happen?
Hurricane he says, get me a pint. Oh my days. Wow.
I just can't believe it.
Wowzers, wowzers.
Oh, stuff we live for on stream. It's something we'll probably never ever see again. Over the years, the chances of that happen are astronomical, and to actually get it on our featured table. How'd you go out? Oh yeah, had quads. No good. And if there's a story to tell, that is a story for the ages.
I don't even mind listening to that one. So we can chat to you, we can talk to you, we can answer any question you want. You just can't see us.
That's a good thing.
You just can't see us. John Lowe, when is the Reading schedule being announced? Reading has been moved. We will get confirmation of Jim, but Reading has been moved from the end of April. It's not at the end of April anymore because I think it was something to do with the Easter weekend. It has been moved. Reading is now going to be in July. We will get the details this week.
Well, we got
what's happening here?
320 straddle on here, Tower.
What?
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 We have a 300,
510,
2040, 80, 160, 320, and Vinny, who was on the 320 straddle on the button. How's Jagger get kings in this spot? It's just Jagger getting kings on a 320 straddle, raises to 700, and Vinny defending with a 7-6, and he has caught a piece here.
Oh, he's got the 6 as well.
So this, with the SPR we're working with here, Jagger's just going to put it in. Wow, he's actually opted to check, and it's worked to perfection. I don't think Vinny would have folded anyway. The player that Vinny is catching a piece.
The Cowboys turned them straight over. It went 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80.
160, 320.
I've got a charger.
Oh, you got to charge it?
Million chips a minute. A million chips a
I
minute.
don't know. From there, I'll just. This is right, quick charge, isn't it? Probably charge it here.
I hope so,
Right. I'm really don't bust me then.
No, it's right.
I was going to bribe it. I was going to get a bribe.
I take the pride when you double up.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Did we get the chip count? No. That's exactly what I'll do. You know what I should do? You tell me to use my commentary booth, and there we go. Chris Young, 4.7. Man Mock, 15 million. Lucas Kuliesis on 7.8, and Majid Nadeem on 5 mil. We are ready to rock. No deals discussed at the break. None. Not any. So we're off. We are off. Rumples. What casino is this? This is Coventry. The CBS Arena in Coventry.
Raised to 700.
How many chips you got? About 10 million?
I think I got about 15.
So I started with 15.
Yeah, I give you the prize pool and what they're playing for and what's left in the prize pool after this hand. Chris Young with 4.1 mil, with the lines at 300k, so 13, just under 14 bigs. Now to score with a 6-5. King, 10.
Check.
No, zero discussions of deals at the break. Smiter, not any. Let's check. Jack of spades turn.
Check.
So, man bets out. So that's the bigs. This is what's left for the 4 players. £78,810 next out. A massive jump to for third. 130,000. But that's what happens when there's such a huge prize pool. It's only like the World Series. Then it goes 1 mil, 1.5 mil, 3 mil. 215 for second and £335,190 to the winner. An amazing amount, an amazing tournament. It has been awesome from start to finish. Nick the Mod's just tucking into a kebab, chicken pakora, chips, not a carrot cake inside. Spoilt it with the chips. You don't need chips with all that. Man says have some of that with the ace-6, ace-7, Majid with 13 bigs. This probably should be a call. No, it's not with the sixes, it's not a call. That's what the pay jumps do. That with 13 bigs to me is a call all day long. So Majid raises with the ace queen and gets it through. Yeah, I understand why he did fold the sixes as his chip stack. With 4.8 he has Chris Young shorter than him. $300k big blind. Not done this since Goliath. Oh. Come on, Luca, says Asmod.
Oh.
17 mil for man. Lucas on 7.8.
Only match track people, you can't track people. Huh? You can't track with the only track people.
Arias, a man says, what's the odds on man taking it down? Well, he's definitely a favourite. As in, he's got most chips, 4 left. As we know, anything can change on the flick of a card. Nadeem Maj Nadeem won the Birmingham rake race to get himself an entry into this, so basically free rolling into this event.
What have I missed, Tower? Much?
No.
Well, man's got 18 million.
They just applying pressure.
Okay.
Applying pressure. Where did Trig finish? Trig finished in 6th, was it?
I think it was it not 7th?
Was it 7th for 33,000?
6th.
6th for 33,000.
Oh yes, we started the final table of 8.
We did.
Forgot that. Chris Brammer, Dave Green, Rick Trig. It was started with 8 players.
6.
What time did the FT start?
FT started at 7 o'clock, Tower, just before 7.
7 o'clock.
7:50, 6:57.
And as of now, Jay, we're on £1 a minute from whoever took the bet.
Yep, lovely. There's Lucas here with the 10s. Raises to 600 into the big blind. Man. That's not me in the background, is it, Christian? look at the fella enjoying his burger in the background. It might be me.
Yeah, he is sat there. Look at that. Took it into a burger. Good evening, Kenneth. How are we doing? Watching on YouTube? There's 9 for man on a 3-4-4 flop. 3 on the turn. There's 10s for Lucas. Oh, cheers, Yusul. No, I got told that's how he got his ticket. The Mad Turk says that's completely wrong. Cheers, Mr. Yusul Eminoglu. You sell, what do you sell? I sell, you sell. The Mad Turk, always a pleasure seeing you, sir. Always. 0 deals done.
See our wind-up merchants in the chat, ain't it, Tower? We've got such great viewers, we believe anything they tell us.
Absolutely anything.
Anything.
Four players left. Where's Andy, Mark? Is he still watching? Or just leaving brother to it? Nick the Mod says, Jay, did you predict a finish time?
I said 2, Mick. I said 2 start of Saturday when we had confirmed entries, to be fair. And a long one, this long old graft. And man with the king deuce suited raises to 700. And Majid expect him to defend off of just sub 15 here in the big blind.
Five, Jack, 4. Excuse me.
Just going to be check jam here for Majid Tower. Expect man to c-bet this one, fairly high frequency, but he's going to check behind, and looks like the ace of spades on the turn, so turning will draw and not flush draw here now, man. This has just got to be a mandatory delay c-bet, right? Majid got no deuce 3, don't even think he's defending deuce 3 suited at this stage, so goes for 750. And gets Majid off of the jack. Well played from man. Yep, that's the will draw. The gut shot, Victor Abyss.
Absolutely. The Mad Turk, I sell, you sell. That's good, isn't it? You told me that one. Always great to see the Mad Turk here from Birmingham. Here, they're playing any tournament. Pretty successful as well.
Say hello, Frankie.
What?
Hello. What? Frankie's last
You're
in.
3 hours early, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that old chestnut. He's not even drove here. How can he drive home?
Frankie was going to over the carpets. Oh.
Frankie off.
Oh, I'll tell you what, they're putting some shifts, I'll tell you. Not as many as us, but they're putting some shifts.
Yeah, it just means Victor equity denial, just denying equity of your opponent. So, for example, if we've got like pocket sixes on 2, 3, 4 in position, open up, and we just always like most of the time we want to bet, just because we don't want our opponent to realise equity for free. With, for example, just random 2 overcards that would never call a bet, but still with 6 outs against us. With 1 card to come, that 6 outs is going to be around 14%. With 2 cards to come, it can be it's closer to 30. So just flushing out this equity in the pot is a big win sometimes. And that's all it's down to. It's just a fancy way of saying not letting them get there, if you like. Blind here. Chris is going to move all in with the Jack 9. Man's got an easy call with the King Jack. Here we go, Tower.
Here we go.
So it could be down to 3 players. Well, we're going to see another double.
Indeed. Chris Young, Jack 9.
So 3 outs to find for Chris.
Oh my days!
Wow.
What a flop when you're all in.
Finds the 9, but an ace and a king still to fade here. 5 on the turn, not changing anything. Same scenario, fading aces and kings.
And does.
7 of diamonds, double up for Chris.
So up to 4.7.
Get the sleeping bags out, Tower.
Oh dear. Up to 7.
Yeah, imagine sitting there as Madge. Madge just basically, like he had the King Jack worth 50k to him, that ladder.
Yep. Mine's 300k. Najid gets out of the way. Cancel the Uber.
Man with ladies. Blind on blind. Raising it up to 700, and Lucas just out the way with a Jack 4. No action with the queens for Man.
Cheers, Rich. Richie Whitmore. Thanks for me done, guys. Don't forget you watch it on YouTube tomorrow, the ending, and on Twitch. Remember where you watch the open tilt and you see it there from there, and we'll see you in Blackpool.
No deals even spoke
0 deals, not even spoke of any deals at all, not spoke any numbers. Nobody said, do you want to do a deal? Nobody said, do you want to look at numbers? Nothing. Are we live to a finish? Yes, we are, Tricky Ricky. How many runners? 1,086. 1,086.
Yeah, I'd be having a blast too, to be fair, if I'd locked up 78k and potentially going to be winning 335k.
Yeah. Chris Young was on the outer table. He bust
Ben Windsor.
Ben Windsor in spectacular fashion. Kings against Queens.
For a huge pot at the time as well.
For a big chip lead pot.
Well, it's a 3.5 million chip pot. That's what Chris has just got about that now, just over. So
we didn't see what the action was before, but Chris had the Kings and Ben Windsor had the Queens.
Raise 600.
They are loving life right now. £78,810 locked.
yeah, Lucas opening the 10-7 suited hit. And Chris in the big. With the 4-3 suited. Choose to defend, seems fine. Suited connector. Might not go as low down as 3 deuce, but 4-3 suited going to be fine hit from the big.
Cheers, Ping. Ping 43. Cheers, Jane Tower. Great coverage as always. Gonna have to call it a day as the alarm's set for 5:30 in the morning. Cheers, Ping. Don't forget, we can rewatch it on YouTube and Twitch tomorrow at your leisure.
Well, even at the grand final, Mr. Mad Turk, when you come second that time.
You can dance. You can dance. You can dance. Sat there. 7 minutes later.
Oh, wow. Surely it's got to be a mandatory swap then for him. You should say to Majid, you had 10% of me at the grand final.
Yeah.
Where's my 10% here, my old friend?
Exactly correct. Sort it out, son. Jason Wright says, need some Omaha side events in these tours. There is an Omaha event at every leg of the GUKPT. Every single leg in every tour, there's always been an Omaha side event. Just not this one. But any GUKPT, Jason, wherever it is in the country, there will be at least one Omaha event. Chabez, is this the Rico? Well, yes, it is. Well, the CBS Arena as it is now. You should have a rabbit cam for people watching at home. You know, rabbit cam takes 2 extra cameras and 2 floor staff to actually have it, because it has to be a full-on production to see it. Just say.
Could you not have just an extra sensor like under the RFID and you put the card on and it just comes up as a whole card? Would that not?
No, because if you don't deal with the turn on the river, it just cuts out.
But if you put a button on the action trigger, maybe rabbit, and then you can deal with the 2 face down, don't I? I reckon there'll be ways around it. But
there'll be somebody complaining, I don't want to see the rabbit. I don't know what you mean. Sometimes it's great for the game, isn't it? The Mad Turk. Me and Majid travel everywhere together. We share rooms, not a bed. And I'm happy for him. Brilliant. I'm glad you reiterated there's no bed sharing. Madge with ace king, Lucas with 8-6. Raised to 1.3 from Madge. So it's a win, ace king. Gets it through from Majid. So 13 bigs and 12 bigs. We have 2 shorties and then Lucas on 28 and 55.
Oh yeah. He's fucking shit though. Yeah, he's I'm from the other side. You're from west or west? Oh, so he's east, I'm south. Oh, okay.
Lucas with Queen 9 of clubs. Show you the Blackpool dates very shortly.
Alright then, Pig Day. As always, guys, been a great being along for the ride. Great commentary and fun along the way. Work at 6 AM, so it's bedtime. Catch you guys next time.
Cheers, Picked Up. Good to have you on board all week. Thank you very much indeed. Well, we have an all in. Lucas, is he going to make the call?
I'm not sure he will be with the Queen 9 suited here.
How is the golf this year, Tower and Jay? I've played 4 times, maybe.
I played 4 lesson Tower.
I played 4 times. I played 2 9-holes and 2 18s, and the first 18 I shot an 84.
Is that good?
Par 72.
12 hope.
Yeah, par 72. Shot an 84, and then I shot an 85. Just trying to get back into it, but the weather next week is just horrendous. Snow in every part of the country next week. Snow at every part of the country.
And here we go. Shoving blind on blind, Chris with a king 8, and man's just woke up with aces in
How
the
do you
pick.
wake up with aces 3 and 400? How's that even possible?
So are we going to be down to 3? Majid hoping for his 50k ladder.
This would be insane.
8 in the window.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Sweats, ladies
You
and
see
gentlemen.
that window card?
We've got sweats.
No, I'll take a 5.
So direct outs to get there now. 5 outs. Well, that will do it. So we are going to be losing Chris from the tournament.
Chris Young, well done, sir.
Well done to Chris. Very well played. Taking home £78,810. Everyone locked up 6 figures.
Wow.
And now look at the ladders. 85k ladder. Wow. Coming up next.
Where's Madge going? $130,000 locked up. 3 left.
How are you guys feeling? Huh?
How are you guys feeling?
I'm okay, I'm okay. Feeling a bit tired, to be fair.
Look at that.
I'm okay.
I'm the one asking for AC.
Man's very lucky like his brother in the grand final. Oh, that was brilliant. Still one of the best highlight reels ever.
I'm interested to look at action.
If you just give me first prize, I don't care how you guys do it.
What's the first price?
335.
I mean, you wouldn't be far from it.
Yeah?
You wouldn't be too far from it. It's ICM minute, so you've got all the chips.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously. What is it though, son?
300. That's 275. Chips are strange.
So we're on 3, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly. Can he sing? Can he sing?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Comico's just come back from a 4-hour sleep and we're still going. But we are down to 3 players now. Just literally lost Chris.
I think he's 500, you know.
So the blind's at 300k. We are on 3. We're on 3.
15 years ago at the Vic, Mike Ellis won 300k in the GUKPT Grand Final.
No, I didn't.
300k?
No, I didn't. He won the grand final.
What was he only for like 80 odd or something, would you say, Tower?
He didn't win. He went on to win a bracelet, but Mike Ellis.
And Lucas just going after it here.
I think it was something like 198, if memory serves. Let's have a quick shufty.
Please find the flat, Madge. Come on, boy. You can do it. Like the thing about raising here, Tower. There we go. He does find the flat.
I said I think he won about 198.
198?
What did he win?
197, 600 miles off.
197,600. Mike Ellis won in 2007. Phew, that weren't a bad guess.
That weren't a bad guess. Lucas giving up. And Madge going to go for value.
The Mad Turk says he has a new song if he wakes one more final.
Is it a new song or a new line? Has he got the having the time of your life part now, Tower? He's got the you can dance, you can drive. A new line's going to be coming, the next final table from the Mad Turk. Yes, that was always just going to go bet fold. Wow, Perry Hit said it was $407,000 at the time, to be fair. 197k was $407,000.
$2.08, I think it was, something like that. 2.1.
What an exchange rate. Imagine getting that nowadays.
Yeah.
Be like playing a 5k main
Yeah,
event.
but in your eye, you got to look at the other way. You play poker for a living, that'd be a pay cut.
Yeah.
You'd be getting 2 for 1. If it was now, it's 1.2. You get in chunks. If you were cash at the tables, you've still got to go and collect in Vegas. Just think how much it's worth now.
Yeah, true.
To what it was last year. You've had an increase in your winnings since you mean it since you went last year.
G'd. The small blind completing, and man, just checking his option. King Jack 6 rainbow. Middle pair for man, not too much going on for Majid here.
Check. It's got to be 300. 300k.
In a few minutes time, guys, going to be going into the 200k, 400k level.
Yeah, that's the level you said.
Yeah, obviously a bit out with the 40-minute clock, does knock 20-minute off per level. Nearly there, guys, and what an event it's been.
Cool.
And no, we've never hit the 200, 400k Energy UKPT. Mick the mod. Not a GUKPT main event. We hit the million blind level at Goliath though. We always hit the million at Goliath, but in a normal GUKPT main event, never hit the 200, 400. Usually we get to the 100, 200 maximum. Six, 5, 3, 2 diamonds here. It's a man up and down, and not much going on for Lucas. Just a 10 height. Cheers, Victor. Good night, Chaz. Thanks for the great coverage and answering my newbie questions. Have a good one.
Thanks, Victor. Well done in the satellite, the free roll as well. Final tabling.
10 seconds.
Find the check raise man overcard up and down potentially, but just going to play the flat.
Two of spades turn.
And it's just man's day.
Probably get one more hand in at this level.
That's 600k. Cool.
Yeah, good to see. Just a call here from man. Keeps some bluffs in of Lucas. 8 of diamonds on the river. Lucas, river in top pair here. Line on blind. Flush draw does complete though, and obviously already a 4-liner to a straight. And man, looks like he's got his lead-in look on. He's going to go for the lead. Goes for the million. And tricky one here for Lucas to pay off, even though we've got top pair tower. Like, what bluffs is man ever going to find here on the river? Once it calls with a 4-liner on the straight and then wants to lead on this 8 of diamonds river, it just looks always like 2 pair plus. Like, where's he going to build his bluffs from here? Like, everything basically is there, and he's never going to value bet a 6, never going to value bet 7, 8. So Lucas just deducts that and makes a very good laydown with top pair and a blind on blind coup. And look at the stack sizes here, 23 million for man.
I know it's all on the turn of the card, but man mock is running. Mock. Ay, ay, ay. Hello, Bean. Ay, ay, ay. Three players left in the biggest tournament Grosvenor poker events have put on. I know it's not a GEKPT, but it feels a lot like it. We're in Coventry, 1,086 runners, and we're down to 3. Oh, what Lucas just said. Oh. Oh, what's happening now?
Shouldn't really be doing.
What's going on, Tower? Obviously, can't.
I don't know. I think they're talking. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, man's got only a $24,000 best live cash before that. That come at the Scotland at Omaha last year at the Irish Open. Come second for €22,000. That's his biggest ever live cash. So this is going to be huge.
No, we shall wait to find out, Mr. Yusul Eminoglu. No need to tell us. Obviously, we're on that delay, so no spoilers for everybody who doesn't know.
Obviously having a look at numbers, ain't they, Tower? Doesn't take a genius to figure that out. But just whether the deal will be agreed or not, whether they want to do ICM.
It sounds like it.
Man's obviously going to get a hig.
I'll take 3.
I'm happy with.
Basically, I'm minus 10k from the first, and you guys want to.
Oh.
Oh, I'll leave
We'll be quiet for a bit, guys, just to let you hear what the players are saying. We'll let you listen in with the table sound.
That's the deal done well. Are you happy with that?
Oh,
yeah.
They're happy with something. Alright, what's happened there? Right, I need to see the deal, so I didn't actually hear what Majid and Luke were talking about. What was Lucas on about?
Well, they continue dealing.
Well, we're still playing. £325,000 to Andy Mock. To Man Mock. And £170,000 each. And nothing to play for but the trophy. I think that's right.
Yeah, obviously, I don't want you guys to lose out. If you guys want to do a deal, but I'm quite comfortable playing on basically.
Right, guys, so I've just been given the numbers. So they've agreed to give Man £325,190, add second and third place together, and chop that down the middle for £178,100. What do you think of that, Tower?
Amazing.
Amazing?
Amazing.
You think?
I'm actually not sure. Read that again.
325,190 going to Man.
That's bonkers.
And then the other two chopping up second and third between them for 178,100. So Man's basically getting first place minus 10k.
That can't be right. It can't be. You can't.
Oh my word, how has he wangled this deal? Who is this man? If I ever need a
Why
lawyer, I am going to Man.
How has Man got that deal? I need to think about it. That's ridiculous. You minus 10k and that's it.
How has he wangled
How's
that?
he done that? Involved.
Oh my word. So Man's literally got first place minus 10k. They've agreed to play on for just the trophy, so no money being left over. I'm shocked, Tower. I am honestly shocked at that deal, but to be honest, if the players want to agree to a deal, they can agree to whatever they like, and that's how this goes, Tower, isn't it? It's poker, it's the players' money, they can agree to whatever they want, but the fact that Man has managed to take home 325k, yes, Majid and Lucas are both really short, but still one spin from either of them and everything could easily change. But, really surprised about that one. I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's just an unbelievable deal for Man here. Like, just giving away 10k off of first place and letting the two have an extra 5 for the things to add together and chop it down the middle. So £325,190 going to Man. And both Lucas and Madge are taking £178,100 each. That is some deal. So Man essentially taking just under 150k more than both Madge and Lucas. That is how he's wangled that. Man. How have you wangled that one? And here we go. Now the money's locked up. We're going to see a lot of this. Lucas all in with the king deuce suited. Majid with the ace king. You say he's got all the chips, he would have won any day. Yes, Mitesh Patel, but it was 215k. Hold on, we'll cover this all in. Oh, and there's a deuce. So we're going to be heads up. Unless Majid can find one of the 3 remaining aces. Oh, there's the ace. So we're not going to be heads up. And an ace on the river. And it says that Lucas is still in, so we're going to count the stacks. It might be wrong. Stack size may be out.
It's good sentimental pride.
Yeah, what I was going to say, the thing is, second place is over 200k anyway. So they're both essentially taking less than second place, Lucas and Madge. Like the way to look at it. Like if either Lucas outlasted Madge or Madge outlasted Lucas, they'd get an extra 40k more than the actual deal for coming second. But man, what a genius. What a genius this man is. How has he wangled this? Fair play to them, it's their money, they can choose whatever they want to do with what's left in the prize pool, and that is the deal. That was agreed, that is set in stone, and now we are just playing this one out for the trophy, guys. So the deal was Mr. Hardcastle. Good luck today in Australia. Man took £325,190, 10k less than first place, and the other two chopped up £178,100. The prize tickers at the bottom, so you can look at first, second, and third place money. But £178,100 going to Lucas and Madge. They agreed to just chop second and third up, and then Man takes 325k, 10k less than first place. What a genius! How has he wangled this? Taking 10k less than first place in the deal. So look, second place was 215k, so 38k more than what Madge and Lucas have taken. But the deal's done, guys.
Check. All in.
Lucas just shoving the Queen Jack here on the 10 deuce 3. Now the money's been sorted, only playing for the trophy. And Lucas can find a Queen Jack. It's a double hit, Queen or a Jack. Nine of hearts on the turn, that's a sweaty one. So now he's got 8s, kings, queens, jacks, hearts, half the deck. Too many outs, 3 of clubs on the river. Great effort from Lucas there. He's played pretty well all day, hasn't he, Tower, to be fair? He was chip
Absolutely
leader.
brilliant.
He was chip leader for a
I
long
love
time.
watching him, and I think the way he controlled himself at the table, he was always going to get chips and always had chips.
Yep.
And he was never at risk. I just thought he played so well. Well done, Lucas. Absolutely brilliant. Well done to him. Fantastic effort. 3rd place. 3rd place. Total gentleman. Really enjoyed watching him play. Really controlled himself. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are heads up. So, run me over the deal. I've been thinking about it. I can't understand it.
It's sometimes when you're playing for this amount of money, Tower, you think of the money and you don't really think about...
Is it locking up more for 3rd than you would when there's 3 left, thinking, well, if one of us go out, we're just...
Yeah, but the thing is, like, man literally is just... It's a still for man. There's 325k in his pocket. There's 335k up top. So literally, man's just giving away 10k free-handed and been given first place prize money, other than 10k, and given them 5k each to split between 2nd and 3rd Tower. But if you just look at the bottom there, even second is £38,000 more than what they both locked up. Yes, 3rd is obviously 58k less, but I'm really surprised to see it. But like I say, when this money's at stake, they can do whatever they like, and they can deal for whatever they want.
Absolutely.
And now we're here playing just for the trophy. Man, big favourite to win this one versus Majid.
Yeah.
Sophie says, I wouldn't have had doubt. Anything can happen. I was 3rd with 1/3 big blind and still went on to win. Okay, we're talking £700, not 100k, but still.
Exactly right, Sophie.
You can spin it up.
You know, I remember Marty, like, imagine some kind of deal when Marty Smith won the Ladbroke Millions years and years ago for the million.
And someone in the chat has happily ran the ICM numbers for us.
Right.
So 1st would have been 302k. 2nd would have been 195k, which would have been Lucas. And it would have been 183k for Madge on the ICM numbers. So,
and the extra 23 to play for.
So essentially, like, man's just made 20k out of thin air.
Yeah.
Basically, Tower.
Yeah.
Why do you play like that when we're still playing for
Jack Hardcastle in the chat. Good on him. Good on him.
I've got time for man.
Small blind 2. Raise to 8.
So Dom, for this event, that wasn't the case. It wasn't right. We didn't actually realise that until we asked about half hour ago.
Yeah.
When we knew when like the deal was discussed and not needing 10%.
I'm guessing it's because it's not a GUKPT.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's why Tower.
Yeah.
That's what we're told by the TD.
Check. 1 million.
But the 3 players must have been happy. And they've taken a lot of money out of the game. And they're playing really well. And I know Majid can't win any more. But he wants the trophy. No, it's not a GUKPT. This is the This is the UK Poker Open. This is totally different, even though it's run by the same team, and obviously we're involved as well. It's a NPL events and Grosvenor Poker events. Doesn't have the GUKPT title next to it. It's the UK Poker Open. So it's the Grosvenor Presents an NPL events rather than a GUKPT. Yeah, it is exactly the same, but it's not a GUKPT. It's the UK Poker Open. It's the first one ever.
There's a man taking that down with the 4-5.
Yeah, cheers the Mad Turk.
Trying to
Raise to 8.
Hiya Jace, I don't know mate, I don't know. I just know we're 10 of 10. We've done an amazing job. Might get a pat on the back. And we're on the heads up. And man's just secured the best deal in poker. That's all I know. That is all I know. And the first UK Poker Open was in Maidstone in 2006. Cheers Perry. Goliath this year is on the 27th till the 6th of August. Jack 6-5, all clubs.
Check. 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 Check.
Good board.
Check.
Board. Please kicker.
23 mil to 9 mil. Can we swing it round? D-fronts, did they make a deal? Yes, they did, 300. Jay'll explain it.
yeah, they made a deal. Man ended up getting 10k less than first place, giving 10k away. They added 10k to second and third place combined, and then Majid and Lucas chopped second and third place plus the 10k that Man gave away, which gave him 178k and change.
If there's no money, what's the point? If there's no money on the line, what's the point? Winning. Winning's very important. Taking a trophy home, being the first ever UK Poker Open champion is very prestigious. It's not all about the money sometimes.
Just expect Madge to jam here, but no, he's going to flat the ace 10 off the 22. Heads up, I might have just moved in here, Tower. Just going to choose to flat with the ace 10 here. I think could definitely shove this one, and we probably would have got called by ace 9 suited. However, I say that, and we got an action flop. Middle pair, top pick, kicker for Madge.
Yeah, Dan Laidlaw, kings against queens as well. Was a bad one when he had kings. That would have been huge for Dan Laidlaw, early days.
Yeah, that was against James Will, wasn't it? Queen on the flop, remember that one, Tower. And club on the turn here. So Man with the check mark, and Majid with a 10 of clubs in his hand as well. So going to be losing at least one more street. Yeah, although it's in a Grosvenor casino, it's not actually a GUKPT, so different rules were applied for this one. Not that we knew until today, but As man just moving all in with the ace-9 suited, going for the lot here with a nut flush, trying to get this done and dusted. And a Madge with the ace-10. Can't see Madge pulling this one off.
Majid is on the phone since the deal was done. He don't even care what's on the flops. He might as well just play rock, paper, scissors. Oh, that's brilliant. Hey dear. Oh, that's good.
Trig does get out of the way. Ace-10, ace of clubs. Ace-10, 10 of clubs, sorry.
Going home.
Shout out to Arian for shipping the turbo. Well played, well played.
Mr. Hassan Kashani. Boom.
I'm happy.
You can play. Take everything back that you said about him, Jay.
I did tell you to stay away from me.
What do I say about him? Don't drop me in here like that. I've never said a bad word about that man.
I've not said a word. And Andy Hills was third in the turbo.
So I'm actually going to call the 10-3 on the button. Man with the Jack-10. Checking his option.
Five, 7, Jack.
Yep, that was the deal. 325k for Man, and the other two got 178k. That was the deal. Lucas and Majid. King of clubs on the turn. Then Man went for the check call on the flop, and check, check, turn. A lovely river to see here for Man. Going the queen, and may go value hunting now. Can definitely get called by 7x, 5x. Up 10 will play versus worse. Jack X holdings, expect Majid to raise King Jack plus, so like the value bet, but Majid just can't call with the 10 height.
Cheers, Roy. Fantastic comms again this week, lads. Looking forward to Blackpool. See you there. See you there for the CAF Cup to start the week off, Roy. So what was the chops, says Ben? 325,000 and the other two got 178. Because the com took 10k off the top and combined second and third, and they end up with 178, and that's exactly what they finished with, and they were happy at that. And they're now playing for a trophy. Cheers, Gas.
Cheers, Gas. A few of you tuning out. I know it's late. I know it's Monday tomorrow, and a lot have got work. G with the King 10. Off of 14. May just go with this one tower. King 10, 14 bigs. It's just going to choose to open.
What are you doing? King 10 for Madge, all in the call. Come on, Madge, get him in. You know you want to, it's King 10. There we go, you've got a chance to double and win the trophy. Here we go, for the title. Ace 9 for Man. King 10 for Madge. This could be it.
holding at the moment.
Yep.
No backdoors for the king 10, so just going to have to find a king or a 10 on turn or river to double here for Madge. Queen of spades, not changing a thing.
We need a king, or we need a 10, or we have a champion. There, gentlemen, we have a champion. Look at that, the shaking hands. Amazing.
Mock is the first champion of the UK
Get me out of here.
Open. Tower is off. What a result for him. Deal was done, but nearly first place money, taking home 325k in change. Great effort from Madge, 178,000 for his trouble, same as Lucas after the deal was done three-way. But what a 10 days, guys. Great 10 days of streaming. We've had different events for you, different variety. It's been so much fun in the booth, and the turnout that we got for the main event. We put a meal guarantee on. We weren't sure if it was going to make it, and then the Friday came and it was just manic, and we got close to 1.5 million in the prize pool. Big thank you to everyone that took part. Big thank you to the chat boxes, all the giveaways we do for you guys. We love doing them. We will be back in Blackpool for more of them. Tower is on the floor now, getting ready for the trophy presentation and the interviews, so we are going to head over to the floor very shortly. Off to Tower and Majid.
Majid Nadeem.
Yes.
Can I just say, majestic.
Yes, you can. Absolutely. Yeah.
One of the biggest tournaments ever. How are you feeling right now?
I feel good. I think I played all 3 days really good to get this far. I was getting a bit card dead at the end. Last day was really struggle, but I'm happy with my game.
Yeah.
It's been good.
You're a bit of a local, just in Birmingham.
Yeah, just the other side of Birmingham, so it's not too far.
Yeah. It was a tough final.
Nice final. Good players.
Yeah.
And card dead. Otherwise, it's good. It's
Yeah.
good.
I mean,
Happy to be second.
A lot of people have said one of the best 5 days we've ever had a main event. Do you think that's about right?
Definitely. The atmosphere in Rico, beautiful atmosphere, great players, beautiful place, nice venue.
Well, it's been majestic watching you.
Thank you.
Majid Nadeem, absolute
Thank you,
pleasure. Well done, sir. Second place out of 1,086. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
Top man, thank you very much.
Thank you.
But Mr. Man Mock, the first ever the first ever Poker Open champion. How does that sound?
Oh, it sounds amazing. I tell you what, I still can't believe it, that one. You know, that it was such a hard table. The field was really, really tough. I just thought, let's ladder.
Yeah.
And all I knew, I was a chip leader. So yeah, it's been great. It's been absolutely great.
It has been one of the best weeks we think we've ever had. And I know you've played really well. Can you quickly sum up how you played over the last 5 days?
I've just been, hovering. I thought, I've been playing quite solid, trying to just stay in the game. And then day 2 was a really good day for me. And then, I came back on day 3 and, it just all happened all of a sudden. And, I found my chips and I found my rhythm.
Yeah.
And, it's great. It's great.
Obviously, the slight chop right at the end, you must have been like, that'll do for me. Absolutely. I mean, when I did the straight, when I had the straight with the queen, ace queen. Yeah.
And there was obviously 3 spades, and Chris had the 4 spades, so it was really hard. When that came out, I instantly knew. I felt that I was going to take it down. Then afterward, the confidence grew, and then just played on.
Has your brother ever used it? I've won a grand final and you've not won anything yet. Has he ever used that on you?
He's used it plenty.
Does this top trumpet?
Yes, it does. He will never hear the end of it. Let's just say that. He's always said to me, I've won the most, the biggest prize pool in GUKPT, and obviously now I've trumped that.
Absolutely.
And I'll never let him down.
It was an absolute pleasure watching it. It really was. And we're going to get the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for the winner of the first ever UK Poker Open, Mr. Man Mock. That was an unbelievable final, and we're going to get some pictures, and we're going to have the biggest smiles in the world, and the first time ever UK Poker Open champion, Mr. Manmock. Jay, please finish us off.
That's it, guys. That's a wrap. Lovely interviews from the two there as well. Enjoyed from both. Well done to Manmock. What a score for him. £325,000 and also the title of first UK Poker Open champion. What a result for the lad. I bet he is chuffed. Big well done to all the final tablists as well. 5-figure scores or 6-figure scores for all of them. What an event, Tower. What an event.
Phenomenal.
Great.
Phenomenal from start to finish. It really was amazing. And when they came out of lockdown, and they had a great year, and they put it on again, and they had a great year, and then they had the insight to say, you know what, I think we could do this. And they absolutely smashed it from start to finish, the side events all the way through, the cash. The main event was unbelievable. I think, was it day one C, D and E hit the million on its own, which was just shows you how many players came to play this event. It was, honestly, it was just unbelievable. It really was. A big thanks to absolutely everybody. This fella, because he doesn't normally do 10 days work on the trot. It's absolutely, honestly, it's absolutely knackering, and he's not lost his voice. He's not got sniffles. He's not got. I tell you what, you've done well.
So, like all it is, I think I ate pretty well this week, Tower, to be fair. I ate a lot of good nutritional food and
you drank well, just water. Yeah, just water. Thank the floor, brilliant. The dealers, fantastic. All our crew, Cardroom Direct, Andy, PK, Mikey, Dave, and everybody else involved. Honestly, it's just an absolute pleasure, and we have a lot of fun. And you guys mean we have a lot of fun, because you guys in the chat follow us all week, and we have a good laugh. And yes, Tower's treble failed again, but you know, it's a little. We'll get one day. We will get one day. Thanks to everybody who's contributed at some point. We have one of the guys who spanned the wheel.
Yep.
Cashing.
Yep, we did.
Which was amazing. So thanks to Jim for over £10,000 in giveaways in the first 3 events of 2023. It's been a pleasure. It really, really has. And we'll see you at the next event, which is that one in Blackpool in a couple of weeks for the CAF Cup. And we'll see you there. But from the first ever UK Poker Open, from all the team who worked their absolute socks off, 10 days of streaming, it has been an absolute pleasure. Thanks to everybody involved. And all I can say is, from the town of the team, ta-ta.
Good night, everyone.
And they're both like, no, and then they're like, oh yeah, that'll do. Nobody like me. No, definitely take that. Can you? But we like to.
I was happy to play over the play, but I was had to go back. Basically, I was licking all day blind.
Alright, so I don't think.
Tell Mikey, yeah?
It's not really, but when you just said